Alright. Okay, welcome to A Terrible Lie. Another riveting session of Terrible Lie. To review what happened last time, you guys got to the... Oh, before you got to the mausoleum, you killed the...
Boss, you killed a child.
No, well, you killed the summoner. You killed the
That's
summoner
why you're the
first.
best, boss.
Killed the summoner. There was some discoveries regarding curses and such. Obviously Penny and Honora are both suffering from various magical ailments. Penny ate her glasses. Honora hasn't eaten anyone yet, but we'll see.
Oh god.
As
I
far
don't
as the mausoleum goes, at first there was nothing, but then you discovered, yes, the supposed Steingrimmer is in fact there, whispering fortunes to people through the barred window in the back. Some of you heard such fortunes, some preferred to, not indulge.
I
And once you busted your way on in after Huldrick, told you to knock down the window, you busted your way on in to discover the whole place crawling with watchers. Absolutely crawling with them. Including, possibly Steingrimmer himself, who was, a probably living person, but absolutely covered in eyeballs, so they couldn't allow that to, continue.
Also, like a watcher, like a Rat King watcher down in the corner.
Oh, yeah, but you know how it is.
Yeah.
Gotta have somebody guard the door.
Spaghetti.
Other than that, various people got turned into spiders. Huldrick got beast blasted.
Don't worry about it. And we handled it well.
Anthea is so mad at half the party. Did I miss any important details?
Temperance also got blasted, and she's really not happy about it.
Temperance
is doing poorly.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I think we're all doing less than,
She chugged a potion of no longer be dying, but she was briefly very dying and experienced a lot of agony.
Faustine had to heal her twice, I believe.
The pain, the agony.
The agonies, etc., etc.
The agonies. Ugh.
But yes, everyone's having a generally bad day. Let's learn about the system updates. Patch notes. What did I do?
Patch notes. We're all dead.
Monday. Let's see. I am scrolling. There's a level calculator for enemies with growths now, which is cool. So you guys probably won't notice that on your end, but it will add texture to the stat experience.
I watched that get built.
Yeah, Annika was there.
Wow.
This doesn't affect you guys.
You witnessed history.
But Golden Spudlet can now grant buffs or debuffs to your units. But you don't have a Golden Spudlet, so that doesn't matter for you guys.
We wish we had a Golden Spudlet.
I explained what swords are on Twitter.
Very good.
Update. My big whiteboard is here. I take a picture, but it's got spoilers on it right now. But
you took a picture anyway.
It looks so good filled out.
Look at my whiteboard, everybody. It's one huge black bar.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice. I have so many stats on here. I'll take a picture afterwards because yes, it has Tiamat spoilers as well. Tiamat can't know.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my.
You're playing the game, girl.
It's true, I am playing the
Spoilers
game.
for Honora or Tiamat specifically? Like,
I mean, because
IRL.
Tiamat gets spoilers for the main campaign.
Yeah, I'm wealthy in knowledge of the main campaign.
Sam had to pick somebody to get the spoilers so she could talk to somebody about spoilers.
And I was like,
is the victim.
Dwyer gets all the spoilers for Terrible Lie.
I got it upon myself after I walked into her DMs and was like, "Hey, did you Nina Tucker someone?" And then she was like, "No, let me tell you what actually happened."
All right. Before we get too off topic, I'm not done with my updates. So there's 3 different durations for status effects now. Instead of them all being infinite, they are they're still infinite, but they do end. And the 3 durations are until you are unconscious, So basically, you reach 1 HP regardless of whether you actually like became lethally damaged or not. If you just happen to magically get to 1 HP, that effect will disappear. Those include like Berserk, Burdened, Confused. Generally, like brain stuff will stop as soon as you wake up. Until lethal, is until you reach 0 HP and interact, or with an effect not interact with the permanent effects table. As soon as you have dealt with that, that status will go away. This is stuff like poison, bleed, fate, stuff like that. And then the third one is until the end of the map, and these will continue to occur to you even if you are unconscious, even if you quote unquote die. Regardless of your status, unless you can shake it off or get it fixed, you have it. And these are generally stuff like freeze, inverted. These are like the jank things. Sleep, that kind of stuff. Other than that is all the updates. Does anyone have any questions?
If I understand correctly, you can effectively overwrite something like Berserk by just putting them to sleep, similar to how how people deal with first blood.
Yeah, it depends, cause yeah, you can sleep someone. You can sleep someone to get rid of the unconscious effect, cause sleep does make you unconscious. Yeah, you can.
That is kind of by definition what sleep is.
Yeah. No. I was trying to think like, oh, like sleep, and I was like,
consciousness.
yeah, sleep would do that. I was trying to think of a situation in which another effect could overwrite, which I'm sure exists. But yeah, sleep can be used to. Good night, bitch.
Unconsciousify.
Unconscious. But of course, you can still
Someone
shake
gets
effects
berserked,
off.
and you're like, you're not you, and you're hungry.
Eat a
Knock you the
Snickers,
fuck
hits you on the
out.
back of the head with a brick.
Penny eats the brick.
Oh no, Penny.
no. She would. Oh yeah, remember, don't let that bitch eat any swords. I'd like her not
Oh
dead.
yeah, update to Penny's effect, because I'm going through the permanent effects and cleaning things up, specifying some stuff. If Penny eats a physical or force damaged weapon, that will count as an execution, and it will kill her instantly.
Cool.
Who will get the credit for the execution, though?
Well, there's no. It's not a. The XP system is map based, so she'll just die, and none of you will get anything for it.
Nightmare coefficient even.
Well, no, she did it to herself.
Okay, it's her nightmare coefficient.
Yeah, but not that she's gonna be.
She killed herself. Oh, that's
can't use
dark. That's really dark.
And as usual, executions carve directly through all luck miracle saves. So, doesn't matter how many you have. If you have an execution performed on you, you're done.
Yeah.
You're gone.
Thankfully, those, I am sure, require very specific setups and are not just like, I accidentally stumbled into.
No, yeah. It
I
has
cast
to.
spell of executes you.
It will be, if an execution is upcoming, I will flash a big thing on the screen that is basically the are you sure you want to do this from Morrowind? Please reload your save, you fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you want to get your character killed,
Yeah, unless
in
you
which
want to
case,
get
you know you're doing it right.
If you want a new character, we can arrange an execution. But if you don't want a new character, I will warn you thoroughly beforehand. Even if it's a little bit immersion breaking, I think it's more important. You know what's coming.
Yeah.
All right.
Unnecessary sacrifice.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Not a question,
Just
but
as
I
a
will.
note, if you. No, go ahead, Annika.
Oh, this is completely off topic. So
I was simply gonna say, if you hear my cat scuffling
Phoebe.
with cardboard in the background, mea culpa, just let me know if it gets really loud or
Phoebe.
distracting, and I'll deal with it.
Phoebe time. All right.
Phoebe.
And Annika, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say that unrelated, but I had the opportunity to show the end of Evangelion to a friend the other night, and
Slay.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Go off.
another one has experienced.
Another one bites
new.
the spud.
Oh,
Another
I'll
one
bite a
with
spud.
thumbs.
Oh,
your
hold on,
spud.
I forgot to record something on my whiteboard. Uno momento.
Oh god.
No, don't be scared.
Nah.
Oh, no
It'll be
scare.
fun and festive.
Scare.
Fun and
I'm really
festive.
glad I have made it a point to make sure that I don't go to the gym on days when I get my allergy shots, because like my arms are still a little sore
Oh no.
from getting
yeah,
them
that
done.
sounds like a bad combo.
Okay.
Like I could
let's get
probably
started.
bike, worst case, but I definitely definitely wouldn't want to.
All right.
Let's
Let's
get
go.
us started. Okay, so the battle has just ended. Holdrick has just destroyed a child.
Boss, you just killed a child.
And for a moment, the mausoleum just becomes deafeningly silent. Everything stops moving. You can vaguely hear the sound of that one watcher group in the corner that's still a little trapped, but it seems to be going about minding its own business once again. And the only sounds you guys hear is just like wetness trickling down the walls as the meat begins to melt.
And
Oh.
the sound of Temperance quietly crying.
Oh.
Temperance.
She is, in fact, kind of sitting, knees up, arms curled around her knees on the floor, like, ah.
Can I roll something to try and obtain like some kind of identifying thing of Steingrimmer to take back as proof?
Sure, you want to do like some sort of perception check on the body?
Sure.
I would
Let's
also
see.
do that, but
Okay.
more to try to figure out who the person was.
As you two walk over to Steingrimmer's body, Holdrick's gonna take a bunch of steps back and just he's not gonna fall to the ground, but he's gonna sit.
Faustine
sit.
will take a moment on the way to make sure that he doesn't like crash to the ground and sort of guide him into a sitting position instead.
Yeah, he's still holding his
She's
sword.
not stopping him.
He's gonna
She's
sit.
just making sure that the momentum is safe.
Mhm.
You know.
Honora's is gonna stand back by Holdrick.
Oh, by the way, Attore is going to basically sprint over to Temperance and mimic her pose right next to her, completely unsure of what to do.
Our beautiful baby boy.
And I rolled a 17 to perception.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, you looking?
Yeah, so you look into the coffin and you see clearly the visage of the visage even of of a child probably between the age of 10 and 15. Their clothes are very tattered, partially decayed, and on their chest is clearly the brand of Steingrimmer, a major brand. It's quite large. Starts at one shoulder, goes down, goes to the other shoulder. And in this coffin as well is a bunch of like already starting to dissolve little eyeballs of various shapes and sizes. And as you observe just like the mass of slowly melting meat behind the coffin, you notice that there's other brands of Steingrimmer all over this thing, and they're sort of like stretched and contorted, and they seem to almost bend into the wall.
All over the coffin?
All over the coffin and the wall behind the coffin, which was also very much a part of the creature.
Like on the meat, you mean?
On the meat, yes.
Okay, I was like on the meat or on the like.
On the meat. The brands are
Tasty
all over the meat.
Cool.
I tattooed this meat.
I got a 15 to perception. Can I find any like name of this?
You don't see a specific name on the body. Some vague feeling of clothes does not result in any sort of name tag or embroidery or anything like that. But based on the appearance of the clothes, they're like commoner garb, so probably not something that a commoner even with a blessing would do, really.
So, a thought that worries me. Is it possible to use like maybe like a dark magic check? Because what I'm wondering is like the mass of meat itself Steingrimmer, and this kid is just some poor fucker that was like left as a sacrifice or something.
Yeah, you can do a dark magic check.
Whoa.
I rolled a net 20.
Yes.
There's definitely magic afoot. You sense a lot of the dark magic coming from obviously the watchers that have taken hold. But you don't sense funny business on the dark magic end of things. It's just, critters looking for a home. They found some meat. Make a home. But there's also definitely some other form of magic at play here. Something bizarre.
Maybe holy magic. Again, completely out of character right now. Would it be maybe holy magic? Because that thing was when we were fighting it. What was its classification again?
ugly motherfucker. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Like monster. It had like 2 typings.
Oh
Was it-
god, you're gonna make me pull up my little sheet. Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's alright, it's okay. That's why I keep
I can
seeing.
try a holy magic check. Probably not gonna be terribly good. but-
Monster
I
and
could-
unholy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I could,
Well.
in theory, just do an unproficient holy
Yeah.
magic check because that would be a +7. I need to update the.
Yeah,
dark
that's
magic
still a really
skill
good
aspect.
roll. So, Godspeed.
Let's see if I'm allowed to also do a holy magic check.
You can,
or-
yeah, go ahead.
Actually,
You just can't do
Check
back to
that
backs of the
shit.
same check.
Mhm.
Unless I say it's okay.
yeah. Let's see. Worst case scenario, I could also roll anima magic, but
Yeah.
you'll get something out of
Just
it.
run it through all the magics.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't a great result. That's 15 in total.
You feel out the room and you determine, yeah, there's some lingering holy magic definitely here. Not healing specifically, but perhaps something either adjacent or related, you're not sure.
Well, I'm gonna try just in
It's
case.
dissipating fast.
Yeah.
No.
So
that's-
tricky. Oh,
no.
Is it possible to like hunt down the source, or would that be like no? That'd require a second.
Sure, no, you can make another one to hunt down the source.
Okay.
sniff it out. Faustine magic sniffer on the
23?
case.
23?
Whoops.
The source is certainly, the corpse in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Faustine is staring at this corpse like she's disgusted, but at the same time she's just like muttering to herself like, something's not right here.
As you continue to stare at it, the body itself does not decay as, you know, the Watchers, they very quickly, be rid of themselves on
Yeah.
the earth. But, you notice that perhaps the eyes in the body's head were not the originals as they slowly turn to mush and begin to peter
Oh.
off down the sides of its face.
Oh.
Fun.
How pleasant.
Listen, you know what you signed up for.
Yeah, I know. Mm.
Theodora like leans over the body just to like double check it's super dead and and says like Steingrimmer?
The body doesn't answer.
No. Yeah, just making sure.
The body is dead.
Wasn't it decapitated?
No, it was cut down the middle like a hot dog bun.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. That's way grosser, actually.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Right, we decapitated the other guy.
Yeah. I decapitated the other guy.
Yeah,
A Nora
Holdrick
voice,
went in
I
for
did
the
that.
Holdrick went in for the hot dogs.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now, kids,
God.
can you show me how you cut a body hamburger style?
Oh no.
Well, I do think it's dead.
Crisscross applesauce, but they're referring to a method
Hey.
of execution.
No.
Can I do a medicine check just to I don't know, see possibly if this person was dead before the eyeballs?
Sure, yeah, you can look for a time of death, perhaps.
Whoa.
12.
12? After, I assume,
Double digits.
tentatively reaching into the coffin to do some poking.
Yeah.
The flesh is still quite warm. This person died mere moments ago.
Okay.
That was definitely a living human body beforehand.
Yeah.
And it shows no signs of decay. Just, let's call it mutation.
Yeah.
Eyeball real estate.
My other question is like, why were there meat bodies in the hallways? Can we talk about that one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, because those are we saw those to be stemming out from this guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So like,
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted.
I was gonna say, I'm guessing it's almost like how like, okay, so you know how like the big Watchers, it's almost like
Mhm.
this thing was trying to like almost make the whole mausoleum like a Watcher kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Like like become as one giant watcher,
Yeah.
which is, a little out of the ordinary for watchers, I think.
Are there maybe any new doors or anything that are now visible since the meat has started to slough off the walls and
Yes,
everything?
actually. The meat
Whoa.
has continued to slide down the walls, and behind the coffin is a simple, partially collapsed wooden door that was probably previously completely filled with biomatter.
Ugh. The meat.
What?
It leads into a dark room that you can't see the details of.
Faustine is gonna make a face, sigh a bit, and then she's going to dig in her bag, find a handkerchief, press some hair, like some oil or lotion or something on it, something that has a strong scent, and then tie that handkerchief with that scented spot directly over her nose and mouth and head towards the doorway.
Uh,
So smart.
what?
Anthea's gonna follow you, saying, "Hey, wait a moment!
Yeah.
She turns back to her. Yes,
Well, where do you think you're going?"
I believe that this is an important area to investigate given the nature of, and she gestures to
The meat.
The
the
meat.
whole thing.
Ugh. I suppose you're right.
I would certainly not ask you to join me,
No,
considering its condition.
I will not. I won't. Ugh.
Of course, I think it would be best if, given the circumstances, ma'am, let me handle this for you, please.
Very well. Honora, go with her.
All right. I'm sensing
Boss has
vibes from
spoken.
the lady who's very mad at her. And maybe like hops up. She's already standing by Holdra, just kind of hops up and waddles over to where Faustine is.
Oh
And is
no.
like, "You got it." "Yes, ma'am."
All right. Does anyone else want to go in the room?
No, they can go.
People are like, no, thank
Temperance
you.
is
It's
good?
gross in
No,
there."
I have some other stuff. I
Temperance
wanna
is not really
investigate.
aware of what's going on right now.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Faustine would probably actively tell Temperance to not follow if she even offered
Yeah.
anyway.
There's meats. I'm gonna go with the away team first, then I'm gonna come back to the main gang. All right, away
Yeah.
team. Faustine and Honora.
Howdy.
The dark abyss is mostly full of gunk, therefore impassable. As
I got it. I've got an axe, right?
Yeah.
Can I chop at it?
Want to make a
Faustine
strength
will
check?
gladly step out of the way
Yeah.
and let her do that.
Bingus. And then my strength, 18.
You take a nice chop at it, and it dissolves underneath your axe, splashing outward across your legs.
Were you? She like looks over at Faustine. Were you splattered, Lady
Faustine is
Faustine?
behind and slightly to the side to give her a wide berth and is like, holds her hands up in like a sort of universal stop gesture, like, I'm fine. Continue.
All right. And she'll take a step, assuming the chunk is big enough. She'll take a step forward into the.
Yeah.
the
You've
darkness.
cleared the room. It's very, very dark in here. It's kind of hard to see what's going on, but it smells bad.
Like corpse, like a corpse.
Yeah, possibly some of that going on.
Perhaps use my heel staff like
As a light?
lantern.
Sure, yeah, you can use a
Sweet.
staff as a light. Glows.
Yeah,
That's
good. I don't got anything like that.
Would you like to make a perception check to scope out the mostly still dark
Please.
room ahead?
19.
19. Faustine, you take one step into the room and then come face to face with a human skull.
Faustine, on instinct, screams.
Honora will like grab her, like pull her back, like in a way that's like pulling her back, and Honora's like stepping forward.
Okay. The light goes
Flip
with
them
Miss
around.
Faustine, so the skull disappears back into the blackness.
That was
Are you-
a skull, and she kind of she kind of scoots a little bit to the side so the light will be better in the room with Honora in the front.
Am I am I face to face with the skull again?
Yes, it's about your height.
Alright, is it... Can I tell if it's attached to anything? Is it just a skull just hanging out?
Well, it's right in front of you, so upon further observation, you can see that it is attached to a skeleton that is frozen in place, seemingly, with its arms up as if defending its face from something. There's
Huh.
still little bits of clinging ligament and such that keep it from completely toppling over, but if you touched it, it would probably just collapse.
Well, Miss, Lady Faustine, it's dead.
Yes.
So it
I
will...
can see that.
There's little to fear from it attacking. I suppose it could fall on you, but you'd be fine.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, and we'll continue trying to find anything else of use in the room.
Okay, you want to make any sort of checks in this room then? Once you've disturbed the
Let's roll
skeleton?
dark magic again.
Okay.
That feels like a safe bet.
Mm-hmm.
That's another 20.
20, baby, let's go! Big money! Alright,
For the record, that makes it a 31 total.
Christ.
Because
Okay.
Faustine has a 7 magic mod, and she has proficiency in dark magic.
Girl moding. Okay, so you feel around the room, and there's definitely like traces of dark magic, but it feels very much the same as the dark magic from the Watchers from before, as in like, oh, some dark creatures were feeding here, not necessarily like any other evil spells that you can tell.
Okay.
So is this like a... From what we can tell, this is like... I mean, it's a mausoleum, so this is like a room with like a bunch of tombs and shit?
Would you like to make a perception check of your own?
Yeah. That is a 14.
14. It does look like the same sort of building from before. You know, there's plaques on the wall that presumably have coffins behind them. You know, all that good stuff. But you notice that there's also like makeshift little tents and bedrolls around here. You see the light glance off like a really dirty, kind of rotted old pot. There's stuff on the floor. People seem to have been living in here.
I'd like to check out the tent closest to me. I guess. Hold on, let me...
Sure, yeah. Anything specific? You roll?
Maybe for like indication of like maybe like that kid who was there out there, because I'm thinking because that kid that we just killed had a major blessing on them, so that's like, and this is like if it looks like you said there was like multiple tents.
Yeah, there's a bunch of tents sort of.
This is giving me vibes of like nobles who up and left during the Exodus coming in here. Though that might just... So would there be like... I guess I'm looking for just any indication of maybe who these people were exactly.
Sure.
So that'd be perception?
Yes. Go ahead.
Cool. That is a 17.
17. You go to the nearest tent, and there's a bedroll, a simple bedroll. Simple sort of setup here. Pot. There's like a bowl that was probably full of food at one point, but is now just full of like ants and bugs. There is like a little knapsack off to the side, and if you are to go through that, you can pull out a set of weighted dice, which is an item.
All right.
And a couple gold, maybe like 20 gold, 30 gold. Let's say 30 gold. And other than that, there's like a little rolled up piece of paper.
I'll pocket the other stuff just for now, and I will unroll this piece of paper.
It is a map.
Ooh. What would I... is it...
Aspects.
Yeah.
Do anything with the map.
Where's my... There it is. That is a 12.
12. You look at the map and you don't know the exact places they were going from, but they seem to have gone from the southern peninsula, skirting across the southernmost border of Jormungand, and then coming up to where you are now. And it seems that this was not their final stop, as the line continues to travel north and then west to sort of a place out in the swamps that you can't identify.
Would it be another perception check to see if there's anything else of note in this tent?
Sure, go ahead.
That's a 12.
12. You do catch the glimmer of something underneath a thin sort of tarp.
Ooh, all right. I will look under that tarp. TM.
There is a bow under here of quite good make. That would be a silver bow.
Oh, all right. I will pocket that for now also. And then I'm gonna...
New bow for Theodora.
Yeah, exactly. And then Anora's gonna, like, having done a cursory glance around, she's gonna, like, turn around and, like, crouch. So she's still in the tent, and she's kind of, like, leaking out. Lady Faustine, I found a map. And she, like, extends it. If you wanted to come, it seems they've been living here for, long enough to set up a tent, though. Seems they were travelers, so maybe this was just meant to be a small rest, but I don't quite know where they were going from here.
Oh,
If you would like to take a look.
Of course, I'd love to take a look. And Faustine will very carefully sort of try to maneuver so she can see the map better without getting any bear skin anywhere near any of the in the room.
Yeah,
I will roll
that's fair.
scholastics.
Yeah, go ahead.
20. That's a dirty 20.
You read the little notes on the back and the sides of the map, and while the actual map is not very well labeled, they actually didn't put a name to their final destination. It seems they've been traveling from small town to small town, camping on the outskirts. And there is a little note on the side that says, "Oh, safe place," like place. They're labeled safe place, unsafe place. And it seems their intention was to permanently move out to the middle of nowhere, never to be found.
Check these bodies. I'm wondering if there might be something in common between all of them. Like they're all, like, are these corpses just like bones, all of them, or is there like corpses?
I haven't
meat?
mentioned corpses.
Oh,
Yeah, so far
Aside
just
from
the
the
one.
guy in the middle, would you like to look for corpses?
I would love to look for corpses.
Corpse hunt.
Corpse time.
Corpse hunt.
Corpse
a-
party.
It's like a panty raid, except it's for corpses.
You're
well,
gonna
that's
miss the bones
What?
raid.
The bones raid. That's a 5.
5? You squint around the darkness. Wet in here.
I'll look for a corpse. Is that a perception?
Yeah.
Come here, corpses.
Faustine will gladly let
16.
Honora take the majority of the corpse searching duty. She's
That's
like,
fair.
She's like, I wanna
Aside
search,
from
but
the
also...
guy in the middle, who is fairly intact, you do manage to find some pieces, but they're all like scattered around as if they'd been like almost sucked apart.
Whoa. Could I roll like a bestiary check to see if it was a creature that did this to them?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
TM? Cool. That's a 17.
17. It is consistent with what you've seen of Watchers and their sucking of flesh off of bone to create new little bodies for themselves.
Yeah, my suspicion is that like these people got effectively corralled here either through duplicity or whatever, and were just like the Watchers like fridge. They are the pantry.
Honora's gonna like
Hmm.
she's squatted down to look at these like bits and such, and she's gonna like turn like Lady Faustine, I think they're these parts on the floor. They seem to have been acquired or tampered with by Watchers, like how would our friend Ettore in his wood, but this time with meat. With human meat.
Character to shreds, you say?
Also, make no mistake, Ettore also has meats.
Oh, he has meats? Oh!
What do you think the red
Ettore.
stuff is?
That's true. I forget. Wait, well, he's
Hold
got.
on, let me pull up his art again.
Yeah, I was like, isn't he just mostly eyeballs with wood, and the meat part was the.
Got a little meats.
There's
We
a
just
little
got a
meat
little
in there.
meat.
There's some meat in there to nestle the eyes in place.
Feed the babies.
And I do
I
not
think
wish.
No, go ahead, Tiamat. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And I was like, and well, now that we're reminded that he has meats, because that was something I forgot. And I don't wish to upset Miss Temperance further by questioning Ettore, but perhaps he would know more about Watchers and their meats.
If he's willing to come in here and take a look, then that would be fantastic. I'd like to take a moment further to see if I can find anything useful from this. And she kind of looks over at the. You said like it's just like a skeleton with some ligaments, but it's somehow been like killed in like a ready stance.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
What
another
would I
holy
roll?
magic check?
Holy magic, I guess? What, or would that be something else?
Make whatever check you like. I'll give you different
You
answers.
already checked dark magic, so.
Yeah, we'll do
Yeah.
holy magic first. Because it's
Just
a
'cause
better
that-
roll than medicine.
And just because that kid had some holy magic on him, I'm like,
21.
ooh.
There
Whoa.
is nothing holy about this place.
Mhm.
Oh, God.
Oh, good God.
What about... Is there anything I can glean from medicine?
You can, yeah, go ahead, make your check.
12.
How much?
12.
That guy's dead as hell. He doesn't need medicine anymore.
Alright, then while... I am assuming that anything that I'm doing is happening while Honora is gathering Ettore, if Honora is gathering Ettore.
Oh, yeah,
I'd
did
like-
you... Oh, I guess that was you telling her to go fetch it.
Before she goes to fetch Ettore has been sitting next to Temperance this whole time. Just kind of like humming under his breath, like unsurely. Clearly he doesn't know what to do. And Temperance, you can feel him just kind of like bump you on the shoulder a couple times with this little nub. Not like trying to get your attention, but more like comforting attempt.
Yeah.
Pet.
He thwaps you a little bit too hard for it to be
Bonk.
yeah, bonk. And then he gets up and you hear him mumble to himself in arcane. And he goes over to the massive meat. He stands there for a moment, and then the meat begins to slide towards him.
Oh.
And, fuck. Well,
At this point, Honora comes out of the other room.
yeah, Nora's gonna look for a second, see that, and then she's gonna, like, run forward and, like, kind of pull it toward from the meat.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. You know, I never did determine how to address you. Perhaps we don't. She's gonna, like, hold him, because he's pretty light. She's gonna, like, hold him, like, I guess princess style. That seems to be the default.
Okay,
like,
eyeball
holding-
staring directly at you.
Yeah, that's fine. And she's gonna, like, hold him away while also, like, looking at this meat. Is this meat, like, actively pursuing him?
Not anymore.
Okay.
Just goes back to being wet on the floor. Ettore kind of like pushes on your shoulders a little bit, like not genuinely trying to get free, but kind of like, put me down, please.
Okay. Just don't. I will put you down when after we are clear of the meat. Miss Faust,
Hello?
Lady Faust, Lady Faustine, and I require your assistance in the other room. Would you mind helping us?
Hello?
You can nod or shake your head.
He really can't.
He can't. That's right. What do we have him do? Oh yeah, blink. No, well, he's not tapping. Blink. Can he blink? Has he been blinking
No.
his tiny left side?
He doesn't have eyelids.
Tap your shoulder.
That's right. Tap my shoulder if that's a yes.
He just kind of bonks you a couple times.
I will take that as a yes.
Hello?
She carries him off into the other room.
He struggles weakly.
Faustine sees them come in, and Ettore is struggling, and she says, in arcane, Everything is not all right, is it?
Put me down!
Honora, can you please put Ettore down?
All right, I was. she sats him down and like roughly
Is there
brushes at some of the wooden parts, and then she's like, "There was meat coming for him, Lady Faustine."
I am hungry, and there is waste.
Oh,
Okay. Well, would it be possible for you to take just a couple of minutes to help us look at something, and then you can take the meat? I don't think we're going to need it personally. I apologize for you being handled roughly. It wasn't my intention with requesting your assistance.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
he's so
Ettore.
nice.
Clacks his little arms together like, task.
I completely blanked out of character from the whole put me down nonsense. Tiamat, what is Ettore doing?
You wanted him to look at the skeleton, I thought.
Right, yes. I'm so sorry. It's been so
And you can also have him look at the bits on the floor over there too.
What we were trying to determine is, does it look to you like perhaps others of your kind were feeding on people that were in this room?
I'm gonna have him make a bestiary check. Let me open a sheet.
He's good at bestiary, ain't he?
I have a sheet open already. Do you want?
No, I got
you
it.
to
I got it.
just-
I got it.
You got it.
Okay, he got it. Oh yeah, he got more than a 20. He's proficient. He looks around. He's clacking. And then he turns back to Nora and Faustine. He says, yeah, feasting, hungry, probably. Sorry.
No, you weren't the one who did any of this, and
He wants to.
it's just it's
Smells of death in here.
yes, it certainly does. And
Hungry.
Faustine adjusts her kerchief a little bit.
Perhaps you could ask him if.
Oh, no, you go. You go.
Yeah, Nora's like leans. Perhaps you could ask if he senses anything amiss
Is
in the
there
room.
anything else that jumps out at you that seems particularly interesting when you look around?
Make a check.
Chicken.
He walks around the room. He takes a little walk around the room. He definitely doesn't look super pleased as far as a featureless sort of face can look. And he says, consuming the living is unfortunate.
That's what I was afraid of as well.
They were hungry, probably. Wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes, the way it's set up, it certainly seems like they tried to take refuge here. That doesn't explain clearly what happened to the child in the coffin.
Oh, he was still living.
Yes, I think you mentioned that earlier.
I don't know how, but we can eat living, but it's not as good because living is also eating living, so we don't like sharing.
Right, I'm sure most people don't when it comes to something like that. I think half of Faustine right now is like, God, I'm really having this conversation, aren't I?
It's maybe possible that it was dead and became living.
Is it possible for something that the Watchers have done to revive corpse?
Not us, not us. We prefer dead.
Can I use scholastics to try and recall anything about the actual historical feats of Steingrimmer or anything
That's
that
gonna
could
be a
tie...
history check, actually.
Okay. That's okay. That's still
Yeah.
a +7 because that's
This
still
is
tied to
like-
magic.
I wanted to check on some stuff, so whenever we get back.
Yeah. 23.
Hold on, let me sojourn. The actual deity of Steingrimmer, you know very, very little about, because, as with most of the dragon deities, they popped in, they gave their blessing, they popped out. But typically, you Steingrimmer's, chosen family, they're all quite good with bows. Lots of hunters, lots of, archers, such like that. But yeah, you don't know much about the original Steingrimmer. Nobody really does.
It's just, I mean, I suppose it's possible that there's something out there that would cause the corpse to revive, but I, you've done very well to help us this much. Thank you so much. Let's go back in the main room, I think. I don't know if there's going to be much else we'll find in here.
Okay, goodbye. He leaves.
And Faustein's gonna gesture to Honora and follow him.
Before Honora follows her out, can I do one more perception check on the skeleton that was in the doorway, just to see if there was anything obvious on him that we missed?
Okay, yeah, sure, go for it.
That's it. That's a 1 after mods.
No,
We're leaving.
Nothing. It's
We're
a
done.
skeleton.
Farewell.
As you disappear, you hear the sounds of a skeleton tipping over and shattering upon the floor.
Oh well, we did not do that. That.
As you arrive back outside, you see two things. One, Atori is once again standing in front of the meat. It's not moving, and he's kind of staring out at all of you nervously, like, I'm allowed to do this, right? I can do this, right? And then on the other side of the little area is Penny. Penny is also looking at the meat.
Oh no,
Miss Penny.
Oh,
Should we give the home team a bit to do whatever they were doing in the midst of all this?
Home
first?
team.
Yeah.
While they were in the room investigating with Mr. Atori, is there anything you guys were up to? Aside from Penny slowly inching her way towards the meat?
Penny.
I have a question.
Yes.
I wanted to know, about, perhaps, Major Blessing Holy, sorry, I almost said Holy Blood anyway.
No,
even though I
it's
said-
okay. It's okay.
If I wanted to know perhaps about,
Takes Trikey out back and shoots him. No.
No!
No, our Trikey!
Sorry, I'm Fire Emblem poisoned. Fatal.
Oh no.
I would
Terminal
like
Fire Emblem.
Yeah. I would like to know if historically there have been things, perhaps incidents of people coming back to life, perhaps because they have major blessings.
Sure, yeah, go ahead. History check.
Oh. A wimpy little history. I miss Edwin. I'm crying.
I'll be back on Wednesday.
2.
2? You think long and hard, but you can't recall anything of the sort. Healing magic is not your
Crying.
expertise.
Oh. Can I make a different history check about, like, attributes of Steingrimmer, I guess?
Can
If
you be clearer when you say attributes of
Like,
Steingrimmer? Like,
did this seem like a thing that is, like, perhaps related to Steingrimmer? Like, did any lore have anything to do with, like, seeing the future, or the past, or whatever?
Sure. Go ahead.
Alright. Cool. 6.
You can't think of anything off the top of your head.
Oh, Theodore.
It smells too bad in here to have actual thoughts.
Okay. Well, Theodore's having a terrible time here, so she's gonna go check on Temperance instead.
What's Temperance doing?
Yeah.
Temperance is now sitting cross-legged and just kind of playing with idly playing with some dice, kind of watching Ettore watch the meat and everything. The clattering of the skeleton made her kind of like snap out of it a little bit. She's like, oh, things are going on now.
Yeah. Well, Theodora at least not really like I guess like squats next to her like she's probably gonna stand back up in a moment, you know. But is like, are you all right?
Are we going back soon?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that was Steingrimmer.
From next
Yeah.
to you hear Anthea snap, well, obviously not tonight. We're going to the inn first. I need a bath.
Yeah.
Temperance
Theodora,
kind of
yeah.
From a
Temperance
distance,
Go
Faust
are
being
kind of
like,
a
I'm gonna burn this outfit.
Temperance kind of gives her a bit of a look towards Anthea, which is like ugh. And pauses. I've I don't know how to. What was that thing? I've always just been fighting and arresting soldiers, thieves and bandits and things. I didn't know we were going to be up against that. I
I
don't know.
I don't know what it was either.
It's horrible.
Well, at least we know it wasn't actually Steingrimmer.
I guess. I thought he would be like Ettore.
He was a little, but
No, not at all.
oh, okay.
Ettore is kind. I don't know what that was. I just want to go home. Can
Yeah.
we go home?
Um Theodora looks at like Anthea and Holdrick like
Anthea's leaning against
when
one of
you
the
go
walls
home.
with her arms folded, and Holdrick's sitting on the floor looking mildly shell-shocked, but otherwise alright.
Yeah. Well, Theodora turns back to Temperance and is just like, I hope soon.
Okay. I just want this to be over.
Me too.
Thank you for being nice to me.
Oh, it's not any trouble or anything. I think everyone's a little she kind of makes a like vague gesture of like not having a good time.
Temperance kind of gives her a nod and gets to her feet and kind of wipes her eyes a bit.
Theodora will stand back up too, and she asks, do you think you need any more healing? Because we could ask Lady Faustine.
No, I think I'm okay. She kind of looks over herself and kind of pats herself down a little bit. And it's like, yeah, I think I'm okay. Whatever that thing that hit me was, it hurt really, really bad.
Yeah, magic kind of sucks.
Yeah, I've never had a good experience with magic. And then she pauses like as if she's considering something, like considering saying something. And then kind of has this expression of like, screw it. I guess this is what's happening now. And she just kind of takes the collar of her coat from under her armor a little bit and
Mhm,
unbuttons the top button and pulls it down, like not a lot. Like she's not like
mhm.
not
She's not
it's
disrobing.
yeah, it's not like obscene.
Having a bad day?
Yeah.
Pull out your boobs.
For real.
Free those girls. Let them
Yeah.
breathe.
Just enough that you can that Theodora could see just poking up from her chest is just like this gnarly kind of. It doesn't really glow per se, but just like
Yeah.
this purple, discolored kind of scar that goes straight up. There's
Oh,
clearly more of it below.
yeah.
That's what's.
Theodora's just like, oh no, is that from today?
No, this is from 2 years ago.
Oh. Well, I'm glad you're okay.
As okay as I can be, I guess. She put like gets her clothes back in order and then
Yeah.
looks around the room a little bit. Sees Ettore is still there, right? He's
No, Ettore has been swiped off.
This
It's
is
only
like
Holdrick and
Tom and
Penny
Deeker.
left.
timeline. Yeah.
just kind of sighs. I think I'm gonna go outside. I don't want to be in here anymore.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll leave soon too. It kind of smells.
Yeah, no rush. I'm gonna go sit down where the air is less
Yeah.
gross.
Okay, so you're leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you leave, you notice that Holdrick is following behind you, and he exits the same way you do. But he keeps his distance, just kind of like sitting on the stairs of the mausoleum with his sword.
Yeah, Temperance is gonna go find a tree somewhere outside the mausoleum if there are.
Yeah,
There's
there's
like
trees. It's a
plant life
graveyard.
and stuff. A tree to lean against somewhere.
Lavinia and Cadence look over at you guys like, you done? Done
They
now?
have no idea.
We're bored.
Lavinia, my beloved.
I want snack now.
Snack. All right. Ettore, fast forwarding to the current time. Ettore is currently standing in front of the pile, looking questioningly
The
out
meats.
at the rest of you. Penny is also considering the pile. She seems to have more of a single-minded focus rather than asking for permission.
Okay. Miss Penny? Miss Penny?
Hi, Nora. What's up?
I know you've been ailed, you know,
It's
dark
not
magic.
that bad. You don't need to worry about me.
You are staring at that meat with intention to eat.
She finally peels her way from the meat, and as she does, you see Ettore quickly turn around and like begin absorbing. Like, oh, she's finally
Yay,
not looking.
finally.
You hear slurping noises, and Ettore's body becomes less wooden poles and slightly more articulated, more meaty.
Ooh.
He's got something resembling fingers now. But those
Good
will
for him.
probably be gone as he munches. He do just be touching everything with his food. That's disgusting. But Penny turns to you. She says, "I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about me at all."
Right, you do keep insisting upon that. But if you would like, I'm sure I have some further rations outside with Lavinia if you would like
Penny's
something to
eyes
eat.
sparkle. She says, "Further rations? I couldn't refuse such a kind gift."
All right.
Girl.
She-
Stomach
Then
grumbling noise.
if you'll accompany me, then.
She is sticking right by you.
All right.
As Ettore
Honora's not
finishes
gonna.
slurping.
Honora's not gonna let her go out unattended by Lavinia right now. Sorry.
As you pass by, Ettore, as when he finishes, Ettore kind of brings his hands up to his front and says, "Ooh, I can do buttons." Gets to work practicing with those
understand this.
fingers.
I don't understand this, but Honora gives him like a firm nod of "good for you."
Penny looks a little bit upset that the meat is gone, but she doesn't say anything as she's led away.
Honora's just gonna walk right outside, walk over to where Lavinia is, give Lavinia a pat, pull out some quickly, and then quickly pull out whatever remaining meat is in there, and just hand it all over to Penny. Sorry, Lavinia.
It's gone instantly. Lavinia makes a whining sound like, "Wait a minute!"
I understand if you say no because we are already past it, but on the way out, can I say that Faustine?
Oh, you're still inside.
Yeah, Faustine will do one more perception check just to find any kind of sign of like where the group is who the group is allied to or anything like that.
Okay, sure. Were you done with Honora, Tiamat?
Yeah, just feeding the maid.
Okay. The maid is fed,
Penny
but still
eating out
hungry.
of one hand, Lavinia eating out of the other.
A bitch on each arm. Ooh.
Oh
la
no.
la.
Damn, Honora.
Damn, shoddy. Okay. Okay. Faustine, yeah, you can go ahead and make that check. Anthea's standing behind you, and you can feel the presence.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. After peeking back in, looking at all the stuff, you notice that all the stuff seems to be of the similar make, similar fashion, although disregarded clothes you find that probably had people in them last time they were used. They're all sort of the same situation. You find, evidence that possibly this could have been some sort of family unit or, group of townspeople. They were all camping together in a mausoleum, so it's probable that they were all close.
Okay. But not like, oh yes, this very obvious, sign of the old king or anything
No.
like that. Yeah.
None that aren't already in the mausoleum to begin with.
Yeah. Alright, Faustine is very done with this room then and turns
Wait,
back to Anthea. I'm sorry?
Can I ask you a favor?
Sure, what's up?
What I'm trying to guess, what I'm trying to get at with the history checks is, do we know that shit like Lou and Forsetti happened? But I don't have a history stat, so that's my offer to you.
Can I roll a history check on whether or not people with holy blood have had there has been odd occurrences from people with holy or major blessings in
Of
the past?
course. Wherever did you
Okay.
get that idea?
Thanks, Theodora. My
The thumbs
buddy.
up.
That's another dirty 20.
Dirty 20, you ponder on it, and there are definitely legends of those with noble blood either almost dying or actually dying and then miraculously emerging back to life. But they're a little bit different afterwards. So it's entirely possible that some sort of magic could have stepped in to bring this child back to life.
But not in time to prevent the Watchers.
Perhaps too late.
Oh.
Oof.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Faustine
Yeah.
will take clear distance from the room at this point.
Yeah.
Not
remove
before
her
Anthea
handkerchief.
gets in your way.
Oh.
Yes.
Theodora in the
ma'am.
background, oh god, I'm trapped in here with these people.
Yes, ma'am.
I am less than pleased with your services today.
I'd like to roll insight first, real quick.
For
How
what?
do
What
I
do you?
best apologize? What is the best
That's gonna
way
be a
to appeal?
tactics check, actually.
Okay, that's fine. At least I still have a positive modifier on that one, and it's not like
Tactically apologizing to my boss.
Combat.
to see what the best route toward an answer is always a tactics check.
17.
17. You don't know if this is guaranteed to work, but it probably won't get you thrown in jail. But groveling seems like a good idea. Maybe a promise of future loyalty to throw that in.
Funny enough, that's actually mostly what I was thinking, but I had to double check it wasn't gonna be like, surprise, Anthea hates that shit. So Faustine drops her gaze and she says, I am so terribly sorry, ma'am. I understand completely. My conduct today was not at the level that it should have been. I made a mistake that was clearly ill-advised, and I if it helps at all, if it anything, I just want you to know that if there are ever any opportunities in which I am needed for anything, I promise you I will do better than I did today. My actions today were not excusable. I'm so sorry.
You're right. They weren't excusable. Somebody important could have died.
Yes.
Ugh. Well, normally I would request that someone who failed as hard as you did at your job would be dismissed at the very least, but seeing as we are not home yet, I don't have the chance to exchange you for a better healer. So perhaps if you manage to redeem yourself by the end of this journey, I can spare you jail time.
Sincerely appreciate it, ma'am.
Of course. And then she walks out.
Faustine looks like she is going to just pass out for a second there once Anthea is not looking.
How's Theodora feeling about this interaction?
Not good. Theodora, I think, hears all that and is like, she would like to go hide in the corner, but then she sees how poorly Faustine is doing, and from somewhere behind Faustine, she's just like, I'm sorry.
Faustine turns and looks at her, like her face goes from like fear to anger to fear to just like despair, all in like the span of like 3 seconds, and then she just says, it wasn't your fault.
No.
It's mine. And she leaves.
Okay. Theodora will just follow her out.
Okay. Once everyone has convened in the yard, Anthea gathers you all around. She says, well, we're certainly not making it down to the fortress today. So, I suggest we all head back to our rooms. We all take a nice warm bath, or whatever it is Ettore does. And we all just try to forget everything we've seen. Does that sound like a plan?
Faustine wordlessly nods.
Excellent. Well, don't forget too much. We still have a report to make, but for tonight, so that we sleep. All right. Is there anything anyone wants to do before you guys navigate your way back to town?
Do we have any inventory items we want to pass around?
Oh,
We got from
looks
the stuff, because I
points-
think also Temperance also got stuff from treasure chests. I
Yeah.
don't remember what it was.
Temperance has a cursed axe and a woven staff.
Wait.
I don't have room in my inventory for a woven
Points
staff.
Honora's gonna walk on over to Theodora,
Yeah.
and pull out a silver bow, and she's like, I found this while we were investigating. It seemed more your speed than mine.
Oh. Well, thank you. Theodora will gladly take it.
What is the... Let me have to pull up the item manual, because I don't know what the
Am I
weighted
allowed
dice
to
do.
simply take that silver dust without having it in my inventory?
Yeah, you could just huff it.
Yeah, do your
Just turn around real quick and just...
I was bullied. Let me quick do a line of coke.
In the mausoleum.
Yeah, in the mausoleum, off the sarcophagus.
Hey, I have a question. Itori's adopted meats, do they still have Steingrimmer marks on them?
Yes, they do.
No. Is he getting any? Does he seem to be any different?
No.
Okay.
For the record, if Faustine has to hoard that silver powder to actually get the +2 magic, she's probably gonna be like,
She can eat it. She can eat it.
yeah, she'll just
Pixie
eat
stick.
it then. Thank you.
What's
Because
it
otherwise
taste like?
she would not do it in front of everybody else. She'd be like, "Excuse me for a moment. I
It
need
tastes.
to go to the
It tastes
bathroom,"
like
or something."
It tastes kind of like if you just eat dust off of like a really dusty bookshelf, but like the granularity of sugar.
Faustine still definitely washes it down with a big gulp of water. Ugh.
You feel tingly. It worked.
Mm.
So what else was it from the treasure chest? A cursed axe, and I don't remember what the other thing was.
A woven staff.
Oh, that's right. Well, we can. I can't hold the woven staff without losing my specialized discipline, but we could definitely give it to someone else, not Penny.
Not
Yeah.
I
will not have
Yeah.
space unless I either
Yeah.
drop or sell one of my items.
I
Yeah.
can take it. Wait, is my match mod though?
But see, the healing part does not require a magic stat.
I mean, it doesn't require it, but it'll subtract from the number you heal.
Yeah, I've got a -2 magic
Oh, does it?
modifier.
Yeah, you add your
Okay.
mod to the
I
heal.
could have sworn
Same.
that I asked that before, and then you said no, you don't add your magic modifier.
No, I think you do. I think you do. Whatever I said, don't listen to
Okay.
her. She's wrong.
Okay, because that's why I was like, wow, this staff is shit. It heals like 1d4.
Yeah. I technically have a better staff if we don't need to worry about the up to 2 range from the woven staff. It might as
Mhm.
well just be 100 gold. 'Cause
Yeah.
I have the heal staff does
Solid.
1d8.
Yeah. Yeah, you can you can now always sell it and buy something in town if you
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah, does anybody want the cursed axe?
Yeah,
I don't know if
sure.
you use it. What was the? It was like it requires a nightmare coefficient. Let me look.
Of like 5.
Yeah, something wild.
Nightmare coefficient of 5 or more.
As you guys are inventory shuffling and handing each other stuff, Huldrick is going to try to hand the chlorophane circlet over to Theodora.
Theodore will take it. She says, "Oh, I heard the church lost this in town."
And says, "How convenient." And then he hands it to you.
Yeah.
You can
Theodore
take
will
it
take
straight
it.
from his sheet. He's got a bunch of bullshit in his inventory as well.
All right.
He's
We don't
he's
know
also
if we
got
can edit
cocaine.
the sheet.
He,
Because
Oh, no.
one
he also
of my
does have cocaine.
illuminated manuscripts is in his inventory, so I can probably just sell that when we get back to town. Assuming that things are still open at that point.
Yeah, it's like the end of the day, not quite. Kind of the same time you arrived into town last
Yeah.
not last
Was the
session.
silver powder the thing that you just
Yeah,
used?
That's
Okay.
the thing that I just used.
I delete that out of Holdrick's inventory.
Mhm.
I will take chlorophane circlet.
Anthea also has a superfluous silver lance.
Oh, that's right. Anyone want a lance?
Nah.
You give
Um,
Faustine a lance, she falls on her ass.
Girl boss.
I don't know, Holdrick might be able to make use of it in case we really need him using a
well,
lance.
I think we would only want him using his sword, TM.
Yeah.
His sword's kind of dumb.
True.
Well, we can always take it to town and sell it.
Yeah.
There was stuff in the shop that was like not like we needed it, but it wasn't unhelpful.
Yeah.
So Temperance is just gonna sell the axe and the woven staff because nobody wants
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Once we get
She
back.
also made a bunch of money from killing people because she's a
Oh
mercenary.
yeah, because she's a mercenary.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
Nice. It's like
I honestly, I lost track briefly. I have 300 gold from that. I think she got more than 3 takedowns, but I don't actually know what the actual
You
number is
can go
because
to the
I'm bad at
VOD. It
this.
should still be up if you want to click
I
through.
could, yeah, go back
Yeah,
and scrub through the VOD to see how many.
yeah. 3
Um,
sounds fairly accurate.
There weren't that many enemies.
Many creatures in there, and I know we were blowing them up otherwise.
Most of it is from the other day, the first encounter.
Oh, that's
Ah,
She
right.
killed a whole bunch of eyeballs there. I don't think she
That's
actually
right.
got any finishing hits in the.
I see.
She
Because
almost
the
got a
way it's
finishing
worded, it
hit.
implies. Because finish means
Finish
like
him.
kill directly, not like
Mhm.
participate in the killing of.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
Kill versus assist.
Yeah.
Is that all the inventory shuffling then?
Yeah, I think most of it are just
Yeah.
gonna be we need to sell this stuff once we get to town.
Yeah. Do we want to use the staff on Holdrick? Is anyone gonna?
I do think that as we're shuffling through these things, Faustine is going to notice that Penny's still got that staff, and she's going to look over at Holdrick and look at Anthea and then say gently,
My lord, I apologize if this is a little uncomfortable, but given what has occurred, would it be okay if I give you a quick check to make sure that everything is in place, so to speak?
Holdrick nods and he says, "Oh, well, I feel fine, but if you think it's necessary." And
Thank
Anthea just kind of squints at you.
all right, and that is a dark magic check, I believe, or would it be a holy magic because of the light?
Probably a whole.
He got hit with light magic.
Holy magic. Let's do a holy magic check. That is a 13?
13? Well, he definitely got zapped pretty hard, but you don't see any obvious evidence that he is suffering from a prolonged condition due to it.
Okay. All right. I personally am not finding anything at this time. However, I do know that Penny has a very useful piece of equipment. I think that should you notice any discomfort or any potential problems, that should be able to fix everything up.
Oh, I see. Thank you for your consideration, but I really do think that I'm fine.
All right. Well, thank you for letting me do that check, if anything, for my own peace of mind.
Of course. Of course.
While that whole interaction was happening, just imagine Nora standing like just behind with like a guilty dog look. She's like,
Oh no, that was my fault.
People-
As soon as Faustine is done, I think Anthea's gonna slide her little squinty gaze over to Honora.
Oh
like,
god.
Oh,
Oh.
you.
No.
um, Nora just kind of she looks down. She's like,
In any case, I think I agree with Lady Anthea. I think we should all go get some rest.
And Nora internally, I sleep with that. Those are my room.
Oh no!
It's all right.
All right.
Penny sleeps on the bed and Honora sleeps underneath tonight.
Yeah.
Honora's in the doghouse. Who would like
Honora
to make the
sleeps.
traversal check to go back home, and who would like to be the sacrifice?
Is Temperance traversing again, considering her 7 modifier to strength?
Yeah. Go. Godspeed.
And who's your sacrifice?
Uh,
I'll be the sacrifice.
Yeah. Have a
Sounds
turn on
good.
this. Honestly, you're probably gonna get something good anyway. It's not usually bad since we're like level
23.
23.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. One moment. That is going to be a +5 to defense for your next combat instance.
Wogue.
Nice.
The journey back is completely free of obstacle. The weather is just as nice as it was when you arrived. The roads are clear. You don't see any more eyeballs. You must have gotten rid of the last of them.
Whew.
And the downhill is obviously much kinder on the knees than the uphill.
Oh yeah.
You arrive back at town, much the same time you arrived the first time. About 3 p.m. People are still working, but you know, shops are happening.
Does Ettore have his coat on?
Yeah, Tori, he buttoned his shirt all by himself.
Aww.
Big boy now.
He
Everybody
seems
cheer.
quite pleased with the addition of fleshless, nailless fingers
Ooh.
that don't really
Delightful.
seem to conform to any
Yay.
sort of muscle structure known to man.
Quick thought. Why don't we put everything? This is me. Faustine's not saying this, obviously. Why don't we, real quickly, give anything that Anthea or Holdrick have in their inventories that we want to sell to Ettore, and then Anthea and Holdrick don't have to go to the shop with us,
Yeah,
so they can just go rest.
yeah, we can just take those objects.
Yeah, I'll move the silver lance over to Ettore real quick.
Ettore is holding things with his hands.
Ettore, you hand him
It's
the
an
lance,
exciting time.
and then it goes through his hand a little bit, as if he's not quite sure what he's supposed to do with this. And then it pops back out, and he's just holding it.
I think
Thanks.
as we're doing this, Faustine will say,
Why don't you both go on ahead and go get some rest? We'll take care of any errands that need to be done before we head to the inn as well.
Well, what about
Good
Cadence?
idea.
what about what?
The horse. The horses. I guess Honora could. Honora will be like, I could
Ettore
take.
thinking of the
those.
horses.
Yeah, Honora's like, I could take Cadence for you if you wanted, my lord. Though I know you like tending to her yourself.
I'll come with you. I'll bring her to the stable. I'm not tired beyond reason.
All right.
And then Anthea just kind of like snorfs a little bit and then flips her hair, heads inside.
Quick check
He's like-
before I finish moving items. What are we doing with the clear mind pendant? Was that just
Leave that on
fixed?
Holdrick. That was Holdrick's.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I'm gonna move it to the top so I don't forget.
Yeah.
That's how we nullified his wife breaking his arm for a second or whatever she did.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, she dislocated his wrist or something. Sprained his wrist.
Sprained
Yeah.
his poor little
Gave-
wrist.
Gave him some rug burn.
Yeah, for real.
I think otherwise we just need to get the chlorophane circlet into Theodora's inventory, which is already
Okay.
Oh, I
there,
took.
so
Oh,
that-
sorry. Did I forget to delete it? I took it.
Yeah, I was just double checking.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, and
I-
would you guys like a
oh,
review of
here.
what's in the shops?
Please.
Alright, the following items are at the blacksmith. You can just exchange the items you don't want for gold. We don't have to go
Yeah.
talk to
That's-
the shop.
All right, Temperance
per
is just
what's-
gonna go ahead and do that.
Yep.
Yeah. As per what's in Ettore's inventory, that is 1,000 gold. So I'm just gonna note that on his sheet so we can keep track of what's been sold.
All right.
I'm still going.
Ettore holds money.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry.
think Theodora does not go to the shop. She just goes to the church. So we
Okay.
can do.
But
That's
just review what's
fair.
in the shops. Hunter's bow, iron bow, miniature bow, antidote, cold medicine, healing filter, white ribbon, clear mind bangle, wind blessing, philosophy textbook, and surgical tools. Let's follow
Yeah.
Theodora to the temple. Theodora, the temple is
okay.
much the same as you remember it. The doors are still open. The statue is still headless. The old priest is still inside, looking a little bit grumpy. But he straightens himself out as soon as you come in.
Yeah. Theodora just Theodora assumes that he remembers her, or at least talking to someone about the circlet, and just like holds the circlet up so he can see it.
Oh my gods, you found it.
Yeah. We ran into a thief who had it, I think.
You caught the thief. Are they dead?
No, I think they ran off, but at least
Ah.
we got them back.
I see. Well, that's probably the merciful answer anyways. If you managed to catch them, you've probably scared them off. But please, if you could put it on the altar there.
Theodore will go set it on the altar. Is there like a spot for it?
Yeah, it's got like a little fancy pillow.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. She'll
Uh,
put it.
As soon as you put it there, the priest lets out like a relieved sigh that has clearly been like held in for a couple of
Yeah.
days. And he says, "Oh, well, I'm not quite sure how to repay you for this. We don't really have much by way of funds. Is there anything I can do as a thanks for what you've selflessly done?"
Oh, that's really okay. I think it belongs here, so it's not a big deal or anything.
All right. Well, if you are ever in need of a safe place to stay, the church is always open to you. Uh, we thank you. We thank you greatly for what you've done here.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. And she gives him like a little like I don't know. I don't know if they got like a little like
Praise be to Yevon.
yeah, like or like like the sign of the cross kind of thing. Like there's just some polite like
A little bow.
gesture.
A little
Yeah.
bow is usually a safe
Yeah.
bet.
Yeah.
He gives a
Theodore
little bow back.
a little bow. Yeah.
And as you're turning to leave, he says, "And you wouldn't have happened to see the statue head anywhere either, would you?"
No, I'm not sure about that.
I expected as much. What could they want with just a head?
Yeah.
Yeah, go figure.
Ettore rattling happily in the background.
Atari has filled that head with so much meat that doesn't belong to him. It's basically
Ettore.
like one of those dog toys full of chicken right now.
Oh.
Except the chicken is human child.
Oh no.
Totally normal sentences.
No, don't worry
Nothing
about
it.
weird
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So I have a question about the gold we've got from some of the items we sold.
Yes.
Is it okay with y'all if I have 100 gold now? I want to sell my eliminated manuscript so I still have the poison smoke because let's be real, if Faustine is ever in a position where she's making an attack of opportunity, shit's fucked.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I want to sell her eliminated manuscript and then take enough gold from the 1,000 that we've got from what we sold that Ettore specifically was holding. So she has 600 gold for returning the mage ring and can buy the white ribbon because for whatever reason I feel like having holy magic holy magic proficiency would be useful just for shits and giggles.
Is it proficiency?
Yeah,
Okay. I don't really mind.
because I believe that would require me taking 400 gold from what we got so far.
Yeah, I don't really need money for anything, so I don't have any objection to
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that's cool.
'Cause I really hesitate to sell Eruption because I ideally want to just put it
Yeah.
back in the library because I don't want to
No,
chance
yeah,
on being like,
absolutely.
Anthea finds it and is like, you took this. So I'm just
No,
gonna put
yeah.
it back
Yeah.
at the first opportunity we get back.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! Now she is so good at magic now. She's so good at so many magic.
I know that Nora and Holdrick are on their way to go drop off the dogs at
Yes.
daycare again. But can I say that I swung by the shop and picked up a healing filter thingy?
Sure. Yeah. Holdrick stays outside with Lavinia, and you can see him just kind of like attempting to pet Lavinia through the window. But Lavinia's kind of like, don't know about that.
Where is Faustine right now?
Shop.
shop.
Alright. Temperance has kind of followed her into the shop,
Ettore has followed Temperance.
and
Oh.
Temperance is looking around, and she pulls out a book, the philosophy textbook, and goes over to Faustine and says, Lady Faustine,
Yes?
what do you think of this book?
Faustine will take a look at it, and her face lights up a bit, and she's like, "Oh, that's very interesting, actually. This is a very this is a book of philosophy from a very well-known scholar. Where did you find this?"
It was over on the shelf over here. It says I can afford it. I wanted your opinion since you seem smart, and I've been wanting
Oh,
to continue my education.
that's sweet. Thank you. Well, if you are asking for my opinion, I think that we could all use some time reading some genuinely engaging theories such as this. I think it would be very beneficial for you.
After we're done here, what do you intend to do?
Faustine hesitates. Is it just the two of them in the shop right now, to be clear?
Ettore.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ettore's here.
and a Torre. And a Torre.
Like, do we have a degree of privacy?
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I thought that I knew exactly what I would be doing when this is done, but I think that has been put into question now.
Oh? How so?
I. Anthea's gonna arrest me if I can't prove myself to her before we get back.
Arrest you for
She pinches her nose
what
and
happened
sighs
with
deeply.
Lord Haldrick?
She told me to protect her husband, and you saw what happened. I fucked it up. I fucked it up, and it's my fault. So now, I'm gonna get thrown in jail. I'm gonna get fucking thrown in jail if I can't somehow impress her before we get back. You know, the part of the journey where we are literally just riding in a carriage on our way back. So, yeah, I'm getting thrown in jail. I don't really know what's going to happen at this point.
Temperance is going to pause, and then she drops to one knee with her sword at her side. Says, Lady Faustine, I have spent the past 2 years wandering around this country, taking money to fight its battles, and I have been less than impressed. But today you saved my life, and I have a great respect for you, and I would be honored to serve you.
Faustine looks around the room. She's genuinely shocked. Like, she doesn't even have the sense to keep the surprise off of her face. Like, she can't, like, she's not able to keep her composure at this point. She's too thrown off by this gesture that's been made. And she looks around. She's got a hand at uh her shirt collar, and then kind of hesitates for a moment, remembering that she was just wandering around in a smelly, dank ass room, like, oh god, I'm touching my filthy ass dress. And then looks back at Temperance and is like,
You know that I don't. The only amount of notoriety I really have is due to my adopted family, right? I'm not exactly important right now.
That's not
I know.
what matters to me. You
you've
seem
definitely
capable.
thrown her for a loop now.
You seem capable and kind, and you saved my life, and I feel that I owe you, and I don't know what else I'm going to do, because I don't think I can go back to the frontier. I don't think I can go back to After what's happened today, I can't go back to arresting petty criminals and vagabonds. And you seem intelligent and learned, and I want to be like that too.
I
I
do know, after what's happened, I want to know more what's going on. I want to know how things like this are happening. I want to know why things like this are happening. That might involve me researching things like we've seen. And it's not pleasant. God knows some of it is incredibly unpleasant. But I can't see something completely unknown like that and just ignore it.
understand. And she stands back up, says, it sounds like you're in a bit of trouble right now, and I was in trouble back there, and you came to my aid. And I don't know. I guess I
Well,
look up to you, and I want to be like you when I'm. She pauses. When I'm
Temper-
older, I guess.
Temperance doing the mental math, like, wait, shit, how old is Faustine?
Then she pauses again and kind of pulls down her shirt again with a little aggression to show Faustine the scar
Are
on
you
her
still on the
chest.
ground?
No, she stood up just a
Okay.
moment ago.
Stare down at my titties, girl.
No,
Gaze upon them.
and says, "This is the product of a curse I accidentally placed on myself 2 years ago
oh,
when I was 15."
oh goodness.
Faustine pauses, looks at her, looks back at the scar. Can I roll dark magic to determine what this curse is? That was a nat 1. Faustine is like,
No!
I've never seen this
Faustine-
before.
Yeah.
She's too thrown off by everything that has occurred to actually be thinking about, okay, this symbol means this. So she's just kind of staring at it dumbly. And
This
then
is the
finally,
product of me toying with things in a family library that I shouldn't have. And the consequences of that are this mark and my banishment from the household. To my family, I no longer exist.
I'm so sorry.
And I don't know where you're going after this, but I'd like to follow you, and I'm sure as hell not gonna let that bitch arrest you.
Well,
And next, you hear Tori quietly say, "Bitch."
Yeah, he's
he's
good too,
learned a
isn't
new
he?
word.
He learned a new word. Now he
He
can
doesn't
say
want to
hello and
interrupt.
bitch.
Temperance did promise that she would teach him how to swear.
She succeeded finally.
Yeah, no, that wasn't in
Faustine,
Arcane. That was in.
How
That was in.
how
Prison.
tall is Temperance again?
She's not immensely tall. I don't know off the top of my head.
Because
She's
Faustine is 5'3".
yeah, she's probably like slightly taller than Faustine.
Okay. I was just trying to determine if Temperance is considerably taller or considerably shorter, but that neither of those seem to be the case. Faustine,
No, she's probably like 5'5" ish.
Faustine puts her hands on her shoulders and like this very like suddenly like way more confident now and smiles and says, "Then let's go."
Temperance gives her a grin and nods.
First,
I'm
though,
gonna buy this book.
good idea. I really do think that you would benefit from it. It's really fascinating philosophy.
All right,
Ettore
Temperance is buying
slides
the
out.
philosophy textbook.
Okay, you can add that. You can add that to your inventory. Ettore slides out from the shelf. He was like he wasn't hiding, but like he didn't want to interrupt, so he's like hovering. But he slides out. And he says, "I can come too."
Faustine smiles. Of course you can.
And then he slides back behind the
I
shelf.
love it. Our son, our beautiful
Aw.
baby boy.
and you hear him muttering about all sorts of just mage terminology. You know, he's gonna learn about books and about staves and about curses and about healing. He's very excited.
Yeah.
Human stuff.
Thumbs up.
Human stuff.
All right. At the stables, Honora and Anthea. No, not Anthea. Fucking Holdrick. The other guy. Holdrick. Anything you want to do before you head back to the
What's the difference between bonuses and buffs? Sorry.
Buffs are temporary, so they typically last like one phase cycle, whereas bonuses are an item or a skill that is permanently affixed to you until it is removed. So
Alright.
like a shield will give a bonus and like a rally skill will give a buff.
Okay, so the bonus wisdom. Well, I
Yes,
guess the
that
bonus
just-
item gives a bonus.
Yes.
I should have read
Yeah.
that part. Never mind.
Like I
Don't
put
ma-
the silver
yeah.
powder in my bonuses just because that was the easiest way to put it.
No,
so I
silver
could
powder
that's
goes
a permanent.
directly into your stat block.
Yeah.
Okay,
When you
then
use
I'll
up
You
an
just-
item,
snort
it-
that shit, it's part of you now.
Yeah, if the item gets used up,
Yeah, I had an automatic formula set up for my leveled stats, so I
Ah.
just added +2 to the formula.
Nice.
There we go,
Nice.
fixed.
Temperance's wisdom mod has gone from -2 to 4 in a single day.
Nice.
Yeah, you now have
Totally.
a higher wisdom mod. than
Temperance
Faustina
cracks open
does.
that books and be like, now I really do understand what Aristotle was talking about. And Tori's like, go home!
Aristotle ain't no fucking bitch.
Yeah, Temperance, you can
Get
begin
learned.
reading as you traverse the rest of the market. It's quite the interesting read. You're learning a lot.
Truly fascinating.
All right, but yeah, Honora, is there anything you want to do with the stables?
Yeah, so like as they're you know, they put up the ponies,
Mhm.
put up the dogs, our beautiful dogs. And then Honora like kind of like looks down for a bit and before turning back to like face you know, to look at Holdrick, and then she's like, I apologize for what happened back there, my lord. I don't know how much, well, you were unconscious for a good bit of it, but were you told what happened at all?
He turns away from his horse, who immediately turns away from him to go see what kind of carrots they got in this joint.
Oh shit, they got streets!
Yeah, they got sneaky. But Holdrick looks at you, clearly completely befuddled. And he just shakes his head very slightly and says, no, I haven't been told anything out of the ordinary. Did something happen?
Yes. You,
Narrows his eyes slightly.
you, well, do you recall the spidering?
He makes a face. Yes, I recall the spiders.
Yes.
The
Well,
pleasant.
spidering.
the
Very
spider-
unpleasant.
Yeah, I agree. Spider gang!
Spider gang.
So then she's like,
Shakes two of their spidery hands,
Oh no!
leaving
Well,
many hands
Sure.
free.
shortly after you were, altered, you, you received a hit, and then you fell unconscious.
Yes, I assumed, given
Yes.
the headache.
And then sorry, Mallow in the chat.
You-
Shortly after you fell unconscious, well, you were sitting here like, tell my boss I potato sacked him real quick. I may have, I was instructed to initially, to pick you up, to rescue you from further line of sight.
well, thank you for that. Much appreciated.
Yes,
Clearly it worked.
Yes, although I will have to apologize to Lady Anthea as well, but I
He raises both eyebrows, like, oh, there's more?
Patrick's like, oh good. He's like, oh good God. I fell asleep for 2 seconds,
I
and the
take
bitch
happened
a
to my wife?
10-minute nap, and now this woman needs to
and my wife
apologize
is
to my
mad.
wife?
And my wife is mad at it. Well, what happened at the mausoleum was rather startling for most people, and she's like, I was in a moment of ill judgment, and I'll admit worry. I failed to relinquish you, as it were. Obviously, eventually you did
Relinquish in what?
uh, relinquish you to the healers. So
Ah,
I apologize if you end up feeling any further discomfort that may have been uh, due to being kept from them for a moment. It was not my wisest call, as it were.
he's gonna stand there for a second and then shake his arms out a little bit, almost as if like testing them, like, oh, is something wrong? But after evidently not feeling anything, he looks over to you and he says, "Well, I feel perfectly fine aside from the aches and pains expected from battle, so I can only assume you made the right decision."
Oh. Well, that is relieving to hear, my lord. I didn't want you to. Yeah, she like pauses for a second, thinking about herself, thinking about Penny. Oh dear God! Every time Nora gets an NPC, it does not end well.
Who's gonna
She's
be
li-
her next victim?
For real. Who's gonna get subjected to internet or nat 20s? Let's find out next time on Terrible Lie. I was
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on
I was a-
Dragon's Table RPG.
for real. I was quite concerned that you had also fallen victim to something as Miss Penny did.
Oh,
Or as
well,
myself did, I suppose, but I'm more concerned about the two of you, if I'm being honest.
I don't think you have to worry about me. I don't feel any ill effects. Um, obviously, I won't see any kind of like motions to the thing around your neck until
Mhm.
I get properly cleaned up, but I believe I'm fine.
Well, I mean, you don't need me to tell you to let someone know if that changes. I believe Lady Faustine and Lady Anthea made that clear.
Of course.
And I just. She sighs. She's like, just. A lot of concerning things have occurred in the past few hours, I would say. Just
Very
in
much
general.
so. Are you doing well? Are you hurt at all?
Uh, well, I'm not hurt. Well, past.
Valid question.
Yeah, but I can't deny I'm troubled by what Steingrimmer said, but I wouldn't say that's hurt.
Well, yes, I his I wouldn't put much stock in the words of that thing.
Mm,
It's probably best to just put it out of our minds.
that would be wise, at least for now. There's nothing to be done now, regardless, and it's gone. I mean, I hope it's gone.
I think we can be nearly sure that it's gone.
Mm.
Haldrick just kind of stands there making a face, um, before straightening himself out and saying, "Well, I should. These clothes are. They're very not clean anymore. I should leave."
Yes. And she like steps back like a lead the way gesture. She's gonna. Actually, no. She's gonna like step aside. She's like, I'll be by after. I'll just make sure that Lavinia is settled, and then I'll be along shortly.
Of course. Good day. And then he leaves.
Yeah. As soon as he's like out of earshot, TM, like, he's gone. She's gonna like turn to Lavinia, and she's just gonna look at her dog with the look of, oh god, puppy.
The puppy's gonna look back at you like, I don't know what he said, but it sounded pretty crazy, Lamau.
She's
I
gonna.
like how Huldrick like nearly died, and Huldrick doesn't seem to care. Like he's just kind of vaguely confused, but Anthea's out for blood.
For real.
I'm very excited to see what happens when she loses it about this, and he's like, "What? I don't."
Yeah. And before
It's
she's
like
gonna
whatever, man.
for real, she's gonna like drag pet the puppy's snout, and then she's gonna like to herself, to Lavinia, because no one's around. She's like, I cannot wait to return home, Lavinia. The fortune teller mentioned, well, family, but that would only be mother and father. And then she like pauses, and then Tillian. And I don't know quite what to make of it, though. I suppose you wouldn't either. You didn't hear it.
Lavinia snorfs.
That's my dog.
Your dog, attempts to comfort you in the only way she knows how, by sniffing you.
It is a great comfort to Honora. I'm not gonna lie.
Sniffer, sniffer.
She's like, well, I'll see you probably on the morrow. Rest well, Lavinia. You did good carrying Penny there and standing outside. I'm sorry for leaving you by yourself for so long.
You get
And then
a
she'll-
little dragon version of a hug, which is basically just I put my big head on your shoulder.
Oh. And Nori's gonna give her like a little, give Vivi kiss to her little, just somewhere on her head, probably like this center, like where her dragony forehead would be, and then she'll return to the inn.
Okay. At this point, is everyone sort of convening on the inn, or does anyone want to stay out and do anything?
Faustine would love to take a bath after she's done shopping, so
Okay.
In
You
time.
return to the inn, and the first thing you notice is that all the normal patrons are gone, but Anthea is at the bar. And she turns around and she points to Theodore and she says, "You,
Yes.
I need company. Come drink with me."
Theodora immediately will walk over and sit next to her.
And the rest of you, I don't care what you do.
Faustine just kind of holds up her hand, like no, like sort of like a warning, like no offense taken, just like I'm going to go clean up, and hurries away.
What's Temperance and Honora doing?
Honora will head back to her room, and by her room, the room she shares with her bosses and that maid who wants to eat everything for real.
Okay. And
Penny
Temperance
chewing on the bed post.
Temperance is going to use her leftover pocket change or whatever to get a drink, and then find the part of the inn that's the tavern that's like the furthest away from where Anthea is.
Gotcha. So like one of the tables.
Somewhere like somewhat secluded where she can just kind of like exist and try not to think about what's going on in her life.
Okay, I'm gonna stick with a tavern gang first, and then I'll make my way across the party.
Yeah.
Okay, so Theodora, you take a seat next to Anthea, and she has already ordered a drink for you. She slides it towards you.
How
She says,
kind.
"You better drink it all. It's good for the soul, or whatever."
Sorry, what did you say?
She says you better drink it all because it's good for the soul or whatever.
Yeah, Theodora politely takes a sip of it. What is it?
It is just ale.
Okay. The same stuff from like yesterday.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, she can take a sip of it.
As you guys are drinking, Anthea just kind of like sighs world wearily, and she says, I really just can't trust anyone these days, can I?
Well, I know you're mad at Lady Faustine, ma'am, but at least we're all here, right?
At least we're all here. For now. You never know. Speaking of Lady Faustine and her many broad spectrum of failures, how would you like your job, Theodora?
Well, I don't think I could refuse.
That's cute. I like that. Good job. Very funny. Yes, you can't refuse. You're right. I was asking as a formality. I would like to give you the very special, very important task that I gave to Faustine before she completely failed on me, which is to protect my husband, who is, of course, of poor constitution.
Oh, are you sure you'd trust me with that?
I certainly can't trust her or that wyvern woman, and Temperance is an oddball.
Hold on. Oh, sorry. I was gonna roll conviction. I didn't plan what it was in advance, and I have to think about this. Hold on.
And I'd like to say she's not being quiet, so Temperance, you could probably hear her from across the room.
Oh, what a bitch. I love her.
Temperance would hear, except for the fact that she is intentionally doing everything in her power to, like, not hear anything around
She's
her.
intentionally flopping the roll. Nice.
Yeah, she's just,
Slay.
I simply pretend I do not see it.
Yeah, Atora is
think-
with you, obviously, but yeah.
Oh, with Temperance?
Yeah, Atora is
Yeah,
your
okay,
best
he's
friend
sitting.
now forever. Yeah.
Aww.
Beloved.
Beloved.
Aww. I think Theodora says, respectfully, ma'am, it wasn't really Faustine's fault in with all of that. It was sort of mine.
In what way?
Well, I told her I could take care of the whatever was on the door, and she trusted me for it, and I failed.
Well, I suppose you could have done better, but at the end of the day, well, let's just say that if I had a different group of people to choose from, I would not be coming to you because, as you've mentioned, yes, there have been failures. But you are by far the most stable person among us. And the most human,
Among
I think.
us?
Certainly at this
Among
point.
us.
So, just until the conclusion of our journey, just until we send you home from the fortress, I would ask this of you.
Well, if you're sure, could I at least ask that you don't blame Lady Faustine too much?
Persuasion check.
Oh no. Hold on. What?
Come
I
on,
don't do persuasion ever. Oh,
Come on,
okay. No, that's not bad. 23.
That's not bad! Bust out a 23!
I was thinking it was luck, but it's skill.
That's
There's
so
a bit of
Theo
skill.
core though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's not
that
bad.
Bust it wide open.
Exactly.
She looks at Theodora over the top of her now mostly empty glass, and she says, "Ugh. She certainly could have tried harder. She could have just ordered him to stand outside. He would have done it. But I suppose at the end of the day, it could have happened to anyone. It was an accident. How about this? In return for your service, I promise to not imprison Miss Faustine for her misdeeds. Immediately. For these misdeeds. If she does
Yes.
anything else foolish, well, that's on her.
Theodora just like nods vigorously, like, yes, ma'am.
Excellent. All right, well, your duties start immediately. Finish your ale and get to work, I suppose. I'm going to
Oh.
sit here and wait for morning.
Would it be rude if I didn't finish? I mean, it might be better if I don't if I'm not drinking on the job? Question mark.
I suppose you're right. Which just proves my intelligence when picking you out from the crowd. Yes, very good. Resume duties. I will take care
Hell
of
yeah,
this.
Theodora.
Not express how much I, as a not temperance, but I as a human dislike Anthea.
Oh,
She's
she's
kind
a
of the
bunny.
worst.
Yeah.
You don't like Gaslight Gatekeep girl boss?
Her tits are massive.
Are they? Is that canon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Yeah.
She breasts boobly. She breasts boobly for real.
Theodora politely slides the glass away from her and like a little bit in Anthea's direction because it seems like she might want that, but if no one else is gonna drink it, but she'll like bow a little because that never hurts and leave.
Anthea's just immediately gonna go back to drinking somewhat despondently at the bar.
Yeah.
Temperance, you're also in this room with Mr. Ettore. And Ettore
Indeed.
is sitting quietly with his hands kind of not folded. They're like meshed. His hands have become blob, in
Yeah.
sort of a facsimile of folding them. And he looks rather thoughtful. He's being very quiet. And he's just kind of sitting next to you as you drink.
Hmm.
Hello?
Hey, buddy. How you holding up?
Uh, mild wooden shuffling noise as he shrugs.
Out of character thought, we need to get Ettore like a board of like multi-purpose phrases like arcane on the
Magnet
left,
board.
and then vernacular on the right, so he can just
Bitch.
tap 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 at the relevant one if
My
he doesn't have his
hovercraft is full of
convenient
eels.
translator nearby.
Listen, I'm sitting. God, Ettore points, call Anthea bitch. That's all. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Do it, my son. Willing him with my mind.
But
Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
yeah, he's gonna look over at you, and he's just slouches a little bit. His head, quote unquote, is kind of like listing off to one side of his shoulders, as if he's not really concentrating on keeping it where it's supposed to be.
Did all that mess with your head too?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway.
He says something in arcane that is quite the long sentence, but you don't speak the language, so you don't know what it is. But he ends it with a shrug and another hello.
Yep. You want a drink?
Hello? seems curious. Open to the concept.
Temperance is gonna get up and are Theodore and Anthea still there?
Anthea's still there.
Temperance is gonna get up and walk over there and point at the drink that Theodora had left. Are you gonna finish that?
Maybe. Why?
She kind of like nods back over at Ettore. I kind of made him a promise.
I promise to turn him into an alcoholic. Have fun. And then she pushes it towards you.
Brooks grabs it, makes her way back over, and slides it across the table to Ettore. It says, "It's been a rough one. Here's to a better tomorrow," and holds up her glass.
He also holds up his glass.
Clinks them together and says, "Cheers."
Hello. And then he sticks his hand blob inside of the glass.
Mm.
Sip, 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 sip.
Alcohol via osmosis.
Yeah. Alright, while you two are sipping, we're gonna visit the upstairs in just a moment. I need more water, and I need to pee. So we're
Yeah.
I
gonna take
also
a
need more water.
5-minute break.
Yeah,
And
break
I need to
time.
pill also.
Break time. I'll be back soon, girlies. And Trikey.
Hello.
Howdy.
Temperance's secret comes out.
That was so. I've been thinking about it this whole time.
Yeah.
That's so
Did-
good.
Did you expect this?
No.
I started thinking that she had the age thing. I figured there was something up with that. I didn't know what exactly. I was just like, ooh, is the age thing weird? Because I'm assuming the age thing is tied to the magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she used a tome she probably shouldn't have.
Oh.
And by that I mean she spent months cobbling together a tome from a bunch of texts that she barely
Oh.
understood, and then cast a spell that she didn't really understand
Oh
in an
no,
attempt
girl.
in a adolescent attempt to fix an emotional problem. Because her stepbrother and best friend slash like her relationship with Emmanuel is strange because
Yeah.
like they're technically siblings, but they're also technically not related, and she has
Yeah.
very strange feelings for him. And when he went off to war and to get married to the person he was betrothed to, she disliked that strongly.
Yeah. That's her guy.
Yeah, and so this was like a jank attempt at like making her life better
Yeah.
that just resulted in, well,
Bad.
Did you
confirm that Temperance is fucking 17 years old?
She is in fact 17. Yeah.
Oh
I
my
hope she's
God.
having fun drinking.
Didn't you describe before that she has like
She looks like a
wrinkles
50-year-old
and-
woman.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She got an aging curse on her.
Mhm.
Ah. So
I'm back.
she's like anti-Nyx.
Yeah, literally, I was thinking that she's like, oh, she's Nyx Fire Emblem, but done properly. Okay.
I don't know
Nice
who that
name.
is.
Yeah,
For
Nyx is she was like cursed to look young, and
Yeah,
she's like old.
she's
Oh,
an
wait, hold
old
on.
woman trapped in the body of a
I'm not
creepy
back yet.
bastard
I'll be
Yeah,
child.
back.
the anime trope.
It's
Yeah.
implied that she cursed herself at one point for reasons, but it still amounts to we have an old lady who looks like a young girl.
It's
So
okay
you-
because she's actually old, you know.
Yeah.
God damn
it's-
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
it's like this
inverse of
could have
that.
been. It sucks because Nyx is like kind of a cool character, but it's like nobody wants to
Mhm.
touch her because like, oh, you
Yeah.
made her the
Also, she's
1,000-year-old
wearing
child.
like no clothes because they do
Yeah.
that to dark mages.
Yep.
Girl, help.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. Ooh.
She's a cool concept. They just were like, oh, let's do this in the worst possible way.
Yeah.
The character lore is
Okay,
spicy.
we got Temperance now. She did it better.
For real. Oh, I need to draw something.
I love
maybe
that she's
later.
like trying to act cool. I love that for her. I believe in her.
She's just
This is why she's kind of an emotional wreck and also really immature because she's
Yeah.
literally a kind of a child. I don't know what like
Yeah.
coming of age is in this world. Like a lot of like fantasy worlds go with the more
Mhm.
historical. Like a lot of cultures, 16 is considered kind of
Yeah.
an adult.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I assume that like drinking age isn't strictly enforced, and she's not gonna get carded because she looks like she's like 50.
Mhm.
that we got. Looking at all of our guys,
Mhm.
the lore.
Mhm.
Yeah,
got-
she grew up her with being like taught by her dad. She had a cool dad who then died of illness, and then her mother remarried for political clout, and
Yeah.
she never liked her mom all that much, and then her mom got really, really awful to her because her mom was like, "Oh, well, I remarried and now I have this stepson who's way cooler and
Oh no.
like much more easily married off for political clout." And
Mhm.
when Temperance accidentally made herself old, her mom and stepdad were like, "Well, we can't do anything with that because you're like nobody wants to marry off their 17-year-old prince to an old woman. Like
Yeah.
you're politically useless now. Get out of our house."
Yeah.
But her stepbrother taught her how to fight and read and
There's a skunk outside my house.
oh no.
Whoa.
I smell
There's a
it.
snake in my boot.
Yeah,
Yeah, that.
I will totally admit that I couldn't remember any of Temperance's abilities, so I kind of just assumed that mark was actually like, I have the mark of the beast.
I am the Antichrist.
No, as in the permanent effect,
Oh.
mark of the beast under dark damage that makes you provoke all monster, dragon, and animal units.
I like how nobody
Mm.
jumped to affliction. That's where my mind would have gone if I didn't have all the info.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know what
Sam?
affliction looks like, so.
True.
Well, it would have been on her sheet if she was afflicted.
True. True.
Yeah. People
Also,
can lie.
for context,
People
Temperance
don't lie on the internet. Sorry, continue.
Temperance does in fact very much like guys. Like that's been established.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Straight woman Sunday.
Yeah.
Good for her.
She talks a big talk. She's never actually like had very much of any kind of intimate contact with another person.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like she likes implying that she's like cool and seductive and like will in fact
as most 15 to 17-year-old girls do.
and
For real.
will try to charm dudes into getting things from them, but would immediately be like, nope. If someone was like, I like you, I
Yeah.
think we should like engage it's like Absolutely not.
Temperance thinks
I
she's
have to
on
leave now.
Euphoria, but she wouldn't last a single day.
I thought
Yeah.
you should engage in
Honestly,
a
if you
kissing.
put temperance in you, she just OD.
No, Temperance!
That kind of is the modern
And nor
world
was the
equivalent
narc on
of
Euphoria.
I used a dark tome and
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you put like heroin in front, she'd probably just die. Like she's kind of dumb.
God.
Until
Temperance
today, she had a
uninvited from
negative
Godfried's
2
heroin
wisdom
party.
mod.
Yeah,
All
she's learning and growing.
right, we
Okay,
got
we're
temperance
back,
lore.
we're back.
How many? The lore.
The lore,
Yeah.
TM. Oh, the lore drop at the very end is gonna be so festive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but for now, we're going upstairs. So, Honora, you come upstairs, to find
Mhm.
that in the spare couple of minutes that, he had a head start on you, Huldrick has already got cleaned up. You know, guys between the ages of 15 and 30, they shower fast.
Yeah.
They just dip and done. So he's sitting on his bed, wet, looking a little bit perturbed. It looks as if he started pulling out books and such, or at least rearranging them, since much of them were already on the bed or floor. And he's got like his quill in his hand, but he doesn't seem to actually be doing anything. He's just kind of staring at the wall.
Are you all right, Lord Holdrick? You seem displeased.
He jumps a little bit,
Ah.
and then he seems to notice that he's holding something and was in the middle of a task, and he says, "Oh, perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. I just have a little bit of a headache."
Sitting here like,
Suspicious.
well, no, I see. I can't insight him. I have a -8 to insight.
You can
Unless
get
I
a
get
nat
it
20.
Yeah.
I guess. All right. Let me. I guess
It
insight.
never hurt.
The two
Insight his-
creatures communicating.
Yeah. I guess I'll insight like his, just to see. You know, he's like jumpy and stuff. Like, what's up, my guy? TM. Is there something in the room that's upsetting him, or something? You know. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Oh no.
No.
After the modifier, see, I got a 9, but I have a -8, so that's a
How do you have a
one.
-8? How does that
Because
happen?
I'm -2 in wisdom, and then I have,
Oh.
she's Honora. It's hashtag in character. Is not good at insight. If you tell her something, she's gonna take that shit at face value. That's never
I can't
caused her any
criticize.
problems.
I can't criticize. Temperance also has what's the opposite of proficiency again?
Negative proficiency.
Negative proficiency.
Yeah.
Deficiency.
Deficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, Nora-
deficient in insight. Yeah.
Nora's certainly never been lied to or anything. Put that thought out of your mind. Don't worry about it. She's
That
fine.
she's aware of anyway.
She's aware of what's going on around her all the time, for sure.
Absolutely.
But you take a look at Huldrick, and it's, excuse me, that was a burp. If it's like, you're not inciting whether he's upset. He's obviously, there's something wrong here, but you cannot determine what it is.
If nothing to do but to boil and ask.
Yeah.
If there's something upsetting you, my lord, I'm sure I could help if you needed it.
Well, I'm not quite sure there is anything that can be done to help. But thank you for offering.
Of course, just let me know if you need any help, Lord Holdrick.
Helpful.
Before Honora can turn to go do anything else, he looks over at her and he asks, "Lady Honora,
Mm-hmm.
do you have any children?"
None. I'm afraid.
I see.
Are the children? Are they on your mind?
Maybe. I I'll have to be going, not long after I arrive back home, so I suppose I wish I could spend a little bit more time with them.
Hmm. That is to be expected, and I imagine with what we faced back in the mausoleum must have also upset you.
Yeah, he looks visibly upset by that, as if overcome with nausea for a brief moment.
I apologize for that, my lord. If I had, well, I didn't quite realize it was a. I wouldn't have asked. I don't think any of us would have asked you to do it had we been in a position where that was a luxury.
It's not at all your fault. It's better this way. Whoever that person was, they were clearly suffering.
Yes. Ugh.
I'm sure
It's a
whoever their parents were, they would have appreciated the action, if not the thought.
It's a shame. I know they were. Well, we found a brand on them, so they must have been from a noble house, and I'm sure them being out isn't ideal, but
Certainly
it's
not.
it's a shame that that would happen to anybody, I imagine. A deep
If
shame.
only we could have gotten there a little bit sooner to bring them to safety before.
Mm-hmm.
These are the dangers of the outside world, I suppose.
Yeah. She's also thinking. Just both of them just kind of sitting there thinking for a bit. I guess I don't know how that could happen to anybody. I mean, we know how. The eyes. But just the thought that somebody could turn into something less than human.
It's pretty hard to wrap one's brain around, but stranger things have happened, historically, so
I suppose that's true.
That's why we must all stick together in a safe place.
Mm-hmm. Well said. She's just gonna she doesn't really have anywhere else she wants to go, so she'll just like sit down on her bed TM, assuming she's yet to be kicked off of it. If Panthea walks in and kicks her out of it for Penny as punishment, that's fine, but for now she hasn't. She's gonna sit on the bed. Well, if anything else concerns you, Lord Holdrick, I'm poor conversation, but I'm here, if it's any comfort.
That's much appreciated. You are far from the worst conversation partner I've had.
What's
And
the
as
worst, his wife? Or...
Oh, God.
As are you, Lord Holdrick. I find you pleasant to talk to.
He does like make a little snort noise underneath his breath at that, and he says, "Then perhaps we will continue to speak after the conclusion of our mission ending. You are I feel as though we are like-minded in a lot of ways."
Aww.
Friend.
Aw,
Friend?
I would
Friend has been made?
autism creature communication for real. Post the picture.
Dog.
I would
Dog.
I would enjoy that, Lord Holdrick. I'll leave you to it. And then she'll sit Tia. Nothing else to do. Tend to her weapons.
He's gonna go back to his work, but he still doesn't write anything. He's not staring at the wall. He's just staring at his lap where the book is, but he doesn't appear to actually be reading it. He just stares at that.
And Nora's like, I'll leave you to it. And she stares blankly at the wall.
We both stare at the wall in complete silence. Just
Yeah,
a couple of
again.
besties.
It's called parallel play. Look it up.
Parallel contemplating the horrors.
That's what grown-ups do. It's not playing anymore.
Yeah,
You're
for
grown-ups. And then last but not least, Faustine, the bathroom door is closed.
Alright, well, Faustine's gonna knock before she goes in, because she doesn't want to interrupt anybody that's already in there.
You hear a tentative hello from the inside.
Oh, Ettore, are you done in there? I was hoping to take a bath.
That's kind of silly. I don't sound anything like a Torre.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Very first thought when I just heard hello. Sorry.
Automatic hello response. That's so funny.
She's eating soup in there.
I'm
Oh
going
god,
to-
get her out.
I'm just gonna say that Faustine is so overwhelmed by everything that's happened today that actually happened, and she's just like, I'm so sorry. Oh gosh, today has been
Does
awful.
Tora even use the bathroom?
Does a Torre shit? Only science will find out.
See, that's how he spells the bad
Are you-
meat.
Are you about done in there, Penny, or will it be a while?
I can be done. Here.
Are you? No, wait, are you okay? You sound kind of distressed.
I'm fine. Let me just
Hi,
gather my clothing.
Um,
Penny, is something wrong?
No, not at all. No, I'm fine. And you hear rustling around, like someone's not like putting on clothing and getting ready, but just kind of like picking things up and putting things down again.
it's like that shit, Mallow.
Faustine doesn't even ask her if she's decent. She just opens the door. Penny?
You come to a scene of Penny with a bar of soap sticking out of her mouth. Her eyes
Oh,
look
no.
red and tearful. And she looks insanely guilty.
Penny!
Oh no, Penny.
Oh, sweetheart. How old is Penny, out of curiosity?
You have no idea. You got no
Faustine
fucking
is
clue.
assuming she's younger, so she's just like, oh, sweetheart, come here, and tries to give her a hug.
Okay, Penny does not drop the soap. But she does come closer.
Girl,
The soap kind
Munch,
of just
munch.
slowly disappears until it's no longer there. And she makes a disgusted face briefly before schooling it back to a very professional, maidly smile. And she says, "Oh, well, that's very nice of you, Faustine. I really should be heading to bed now, shouldn't I? Now that I'm all clean."
Do you need to? Oh gosh. Penny, do you know of anybody in the capital that might know more about curses like this? This
Uh,
Anthea, maybe?
Penny sniffles a little bit before going back to smiling. She says, "No, I don't really hang out around mages very much, and I'd hate to bother, so I'm perfectly fine. You don't have to worry about me."
Penny, you don't. You can relax for a moment while I'm in here. It's okay.
Penny, it doesn't have to be this way.
Penny, let us fix you, and Nora wants to fix you. We all want to fix you.
Penny stands there for a minute, smiling tepidly, before letting out a sniffle, and then a second sniffle, and then just a wail. Loud enough that it reaches the other room and makes Huldrych jump.
Faustine grabs Penny and hugs her.
I'm very hungry.
I'm so sorry. We're gonna find out some way to fix it, okay? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You'll be okay, I promise. We'll figure this out.
And she like rubs her back.
She leans into the hug, and you
Faustine,
feel
like, shit, I'm supposed to be
wetness
alpha
on your
bitch,
neck.
but I'm starting to feel really bad about all these people.
She leans into the hug, and you feel wet on your neck.
Faustine is just thinking like, I have to change out of these clothes anyway. I don't care, and just keeps hugging her.
Hold on one moment.
Mhm.
Okay. You're fine.
Oh, God.
Penny pulls away. And she's drooling a little bit out of the corner of her mouth, but she wipes it off with the back of her sleeve. She says, "I'm sure I'll feel better if I sleep a little bit. You're probably right. There's definitely a solution to this. I just have to be patient. I just have to wait."
Is this
Mhm.
something that you deal with a lot? Like that general feeling of just needing to wait?
I mean, it's kind of part of my job. I'm a maid. I wait on people.
I mean, yes, just I don't know.
Well, I
Something about
have my instructions, and I have to follow those first and prioritize the priorities before me. It's okay. I wouldn't have signed up for this job if I didn't know what it entailed.
I
I'm a professional, you
can-
see.
I know you are. You are very good at your job.
She politely declines to comment on all of the broken plates and stuff.
Yeah, everything in this room is either broken or partially bitten or just completely disappeared. There was absolutely a toothbrush on the sink before you got here.
Oh,
Before she got
no,
here.
You can-
girl.
You can not answer me. But does Lady Anthea, she doesn't seem to, she's not very nice to you.
Well, um, hmm. She's got her moods. It's okay. I'm treated rather well.
Anything you say in this bathroom isn't going to leave it.
She's more than a generous, employer, as is her, father-in-law.
Do you like working for them at all?
Of course, it is my responsibility. I've always worked for them.
Hey, wait, ask if she works for Anthea or for
Normanthea.
Yeah.
Foster's. Yeah.
Because I was taking a second to
Yeah.
think about, like, do I need to roll
Yeah.
insight? And then you said that, and that's very important.
Yeah.
wait, are you working for Anthea or are you working for Lord Normanth?
Oh, well, I was hired by Lord Normanth, obviously. He hires most of the important staff, and I am, at the moment, Lady Anthea's, personal attendant. So I suppose I work for both of them.
I see.
Though it is, Lord Normanth that cuts me my checks, so.
Right.
Like,
Quick
not that
question.
great.
Say that again, Tiamat.
Thinking about the room. Hey, Penny, while you're
I'm trying to remember. What did y'all communicate everything you saw in the room
Yeah.
with Faustine? Because like I know that what happened in the
Mhm.
forest is just Theodora because she didn't bother to tell anybody afterwards because it's
No, she's like, yeah, this is
okay.
normal.
Penny's just
No, yeah.
being Penny, whatever.
You know all about the room because Faustine was the one who wanted to go in the room in the
Yeah,
first place.
She also
Yeah.
wasn't the one who went in there.
That was
Yeah.
Adora.
Statement.
Yeah, she told you because
Yeah,
she was doing her
we've
task.
shared the
And Honora didn't
information.
tell anybody about the disgusting smelling tea.
No, she did not tell anyone about the
Right.
disgusting smelling tea. She didn't think it was relevant because
Yeah.
she didn't pick anything
Mhm.
up on it.
Faustine kind of scrunches her nose up and she's like, "So, Lord Normanth cuts your checks, but he has you living in a little hidden room in the kitchen."
What are you talking about, Lady Faustine?
We found a room in the fort that looked like it belonged to you between the gear it held and a couple of loose hairs that seemed to match yours, and it had notes in there about Lord Normanth's daily routine. Which, I mean, I suppose that matches if you're working for Lord Normanth, but it just seems like poor treatment for someone like you.
Well, I have my own bed in the servants' quarters, so I can't imagine why I would have to live in the walls. Though, I do keep a rather close eye on everyone's routines, especially the people I'm responsible for. But I don't think I know what you're talking about when you say a room.
Can I
Insight
roll
that shit.
persuasion to get her to, like, drop the act?
You don't even know if she has an act.
Do you want to insight first?
Okay, insight first to see if she has an act. 21.
21. She got a
Girl.
critical failure on her deception check.
Oh,
She's
girl.
too busy crying. It's so
Penny Lord.
obvious she's lying. Like, as soon as you say little room, her eyes, like, kind of, like, immediately stop looking at yours. Like,
It's
oh,
the
I've been
soap.
caught.
She's vulnerable.
Oh, girl.
Faustine puts her hands on her shoulders gently at first and says, Penny, what exactly is going on?
Do you want to make a perception or a persuasion check to try to convince her to talk?
Please.
Okay, she is going to counter roll.
That
Go,
is
Penny.
unfortunately, a 14.
14. She got a 7.
Oh.
So not a complete
Yes!
success, but her conviction crumbles slightly. She says, "Oh well, I was ordered to help Lady Anthea out because well she needs a maid, and well I'm not a maid by trade, but I learned and she seems mostly happy with my services, so I suppose it all works out."
Why did she need to be helped specifically?
Why did
What exactly does Lanthea need help with, though? Especially if you're not a maid. What are you if you're not a maid? Out of character, I know that this is kind of obvious, but it's good to have them say it in character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Take your time.
I was originally trained, in a little bit less of a tasteful field. If my, experience with, bladed weapons is anything to, indicate,
Like a
Very
Jafar.
impressive. It is very impressive skill, to be fair.
thank you. I work very hard on what I do.
She pats her shoulder gently, though. She still has her hands on her shoulders, but she kind of like pat with one before putting it back. You very much were. You did a very good job.
She seems to, preen a little bit at that. But then she says, but, well, she needs help with all sorts of maidly things, you know, taking tea, visiting people, keeping an eye on the people who visit. I'm very good at keeping an eye on people.
But why would Lord Normanth have you do that if you aren't strictly a maid?
Oh, well, probably for all of your sakes. Well, if I just came forward in my normal attire, you would probably be a little bit threatened and maybe suspicious.
So, did Lord Normanth send you because he didn't think that Anthea and Holdrick would be safe without you?
Oh, that's very possible. Lady Anthea's a little bit of a live wire, so to speak, and Lord Holdrick suffers from I don't know. I don't know a nice way to say it. So I won't say anything.
Do we?
Just,
What's wrong?
how do I politely call him a weak ass bitch? Is the vibe.
Is he ill?
Oh, no, I wouldn't call it that. Overworked, perhaps?
That would measure up. He seemed exhausted when we saw him.
Oh, he's always like that. At least all the times that he's been around. He's rarely present. He's either at school or abroad or other such places. I can count the amount of times I've talked with him face to face on one hand, including all the times we've done it together these past few days.
Wait, I'm so sorry. My brain just glitched. Are we talking about Holdrick or Normanth?
Holdrick.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
My brain
was just
glitched
like-
too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Anthea's unpredictable. Holdrick isn't a trained warrior necessarily. He can fight, but he's not meant to, quote unquote.
Yeah, something like that.
Hmm.
So he sends you to keep them safe.
Mhm.
But why would he send them in the first place? Why not just send us?
Well, obviously, they're obligated to go on patrols, or at least Lord Holdrick is, and I'm sure Miss Anthea would have a conniption if anything were to happen to him while he was out and about on his own. So she follows, and then I follow her.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that.
Why
So,
does
no, go ahead, Tiamat. What's up?
just sitting here like, so do you not like part of me is like, do you not trust Holdrick or Anthea unattended? Why don't you trust your kid? Why are you keeping such a close eye on him? I'm just sitting here like
Yeah.
staring at Penny. You have the information we need.
Shaking her down.
The lie is a terrible. Blink once. It's the lie,
So-
Penny.
Okay. But why the secret room? If you're working for Lord Normanth, I'm sure you could get better quarters than that.
Oh, well, I wasn't lying about the servants' quarters. I do technically also have those, but it's nice to have a private little space where no one would expect.
I suppose I do understand.
The servants'
that.
quarters are bunked, you see. There's other people.
Mm-hmm. So, okay, let me ask you this then, just to make sure I understand what's going on here. What do you think of what's happened? Steingrimmer and everything.
Oh, I think it's an absolutely awful affair. I never expected something like that would happen. I thought we'd honestly just be dealing with, you know, one of the normal ones.
Honestly, I did too.
I'd quite like to not deal with anything like that again.
I'd quite like it if nothing like that were to ever happen again. But look, Penny, if you need help with something, you can ask me. Okay?
All right.
I'd like to be able to help.
I know.
You're clearly very competent at what you do, and
She preens a little bit.
I
Tearfully. Soapy
know
mouthed.
that this situation has not been good for any of us. And if Anthea doesn't know of any mages or similar in the capital that are able to investigate what's happened and try to find some way to mitigate or fix it, then I mean, this is the sort of thing I have spent years trying to read into. Maybe I can find something.
That's very nice of you. Well, in truth, I do have that staff, but I don't want to use it on anyone until we're absolutely sure that we're out of the weeds, because, well, it's not meant for me. It was given to me, by Lord Normanth to keep everyone safe, but perhaps if I return home and he's seen I done a good job, he'll let me use it on myself, and I will be satisfied with that. I can make it till then.
Yes, I do think in general it's a good idea to wait until we get back, just to make sure that we don't have some sort of situation where, like, oh no, Steingrimmer 2 has appeared. Oh no, he's turned someone into a terrible blob monster.
Penny laughing
Ugh.
a little bit. Penny's like, oh, Faustine silly.
So I think that that's a very measured decision that you've made. But let's find some way that we can help make this a little easier for you to deal with until we get back. Hopefully it's just to another 24 hours or so. So it's not a lot of time that we have to get this mitigated somehow.
It's
We can figure something out.
2 days away. We have to
48
camp,
hours.
but
I can't count.
that's okay. I'm sure we'll hunt plenty of good food in the forest, and maybe my stomach will stop burning.
We'll figure it out. I'll help you figure it out.
Thank you very much, Faustine. You're a really good friend. I think I can count on you.
Well, Thank you. I'm glad someone can count on me.
Penny,
Thea
Penny's going
certainly
to
doesn't want to.
Oh. Yeah, she's a little temperamental is the right word. She's just concerned.
She certainly does. She seems like she cares very deeply about her husband.
Yeah.
Insight, please. 17.
17. Penny again averts her eyes.
With the
Oh,
loveless marriage. Oh no.
How long has Anthea been married to Holdrick anyway?
Oh, I don't know, 5 years or so? Pretty long time. Or pretty not long time? I've never been married. I don't know.
Neither have I. Hold on a second. I'm writing a note, so I can't.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
can't
go off.
talk in character and write at the same time. And I messed up a letter. And
Take your time.
this is what I get for insisting on paper notes instead of writing in Google Docs.
Classic Mallow.
Classic me.
always
kind of
always
looks
in
at
those
her-
damn
yeah.
notebooks.
like the fucking Bell musical number. She's
Yeah.
always got her face in those notebooks.
Yeah.
She kind of looks at Penny and she says, "Does Anthea love Holdrick, or does she just love being married to Holdrick?"
I think she
Any-
probably
anything-
loves him very much.
Anything you say in this bathroom is not gonna leave it.
That's a
As soon as
persuasion
we
check.
leave.
That's a persuasion check.
Yeah, okay.
Tell us about your boss's loveless marriage.
That is a unfortunately just a 12.
She got a 2. It's fine. Soapy mouth. Soapy mouth runs
She's
once more.
struggling.
She's
Girl.
Wouldn't you be She ate a toothbrush.
How Steve will
Yeah.
that grab the nearest cloth, whether it's got bite marks in it or not,
It does.
dampen it and kind of wipe the soapy trail away from her, off of her face.
She watches you do it, not with like, oh, don't touch me, but with a, oh, food near my face kind of look.
Oh no.
No.
And sorry, can you reiterate the question so she can answer?
And she
it properly?
basically was just like, anything you say in here isn't leaving. As soon as we leave, I'm gonna pretend like I have no idea what we've talked about at all.
Well, I'm not too much of an expert on, the matter of romance and stuff. It's not really for me, given my professions. But I've seen more caring relationships.
I would agree.
I don't think she hates him.
And unfortunately, all I can say to that is that that's also better than I've seen before.
If anything, maybe she's just angry that he's never around.
I mean, maybe, but if she's his wife, you would think that she would be capable of throwing around enough weight to get him home more often, right?
Well, one would think, but she has no blessings of her own, so she's actually not really very powerful, just on her lonesome. It's
Yeah.
the rest of the family that has all the influence. Maybe that's why she's so angry.
That is a very...
She's like struggling for words for a moment, like visually, like visibly, like, and then finally says, nuanced situation.
Yeah.
Right, yes. Well. A character I'm blanking on if there's anything else specifically I need to ask Penny about while she's in here.
I can't think of
Oh.
anything.
Yeah, I can't think of anything either.
Faustine will hesitate a
Yeah.
moment and then pat her on the back and say, I did mean it though. I'll try to help you when we get back, okay?
That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. And then she kind
I
of holds
think-
out her hand with her pinky finger out and she says, "Are we gonna stick together until everything's over? You're really nice. I trust you."
Well, thank you. And she gives her little pinky promise and she says, you deserve better than Anthea. Just between you and me.
That's okay. I am doing my job, and I'm doing it well.
You are. All right. Well, if you'll give me a little bit to clean up because I spent God knows how long traipsing around a pile of dead bodies and muck earlier, I'm going to clean up, change clothes, and we'll see about getting you something extra to eat downstairs before we go to bed. Maybe that will help soothe your stomach for a little while.
She immediately snaps into maid mode, and she straightens up, wipes off her mouth, and instantly the entire conversation is gone. And she says, "Is there anything I can help you with?"
No, you just go rest for a little bit until I get cleaned up, okay?
If that's in order, of course. I'll be
Of
right out
course.
here if you need me. Don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, Penny.
Penny slides into the other room, where Holdrick has the briefest moment of thought to ask, "What was that loud noise?" To which Penny answers, "Oh, nothing," before sliding under Honora's bed.
Of course.
Faustine will simply offer, oh, I almost slipped and fell on a fallen towel. Silly me.
Holdrick just kind of like leans over to like kind of look in the bathroom door, confirm that Faustine is in fact alive before settling back into not working.
And then Faustine will take a minute to see if she can locate another bar of soap so she can take a
No,
bath.
she's cleaned this place out. It's nothing.
Someone probably brought soap in their like traveling stuff.
Yeah, she probably has her own soap, so she'll be like, all right, my own soap, and head back to her, grab her bag before
The
heading
good
into
soap.
the bathroom.
The
To,
good soap.
Oh.
or she has enough of other like her own personal cleaning supplies, even if it's like at least I can wash the pits and stuff and my hair. And hopefully that's I can use a little bit of some of that stuff to clean the rest of my skin. It'll have to do. It's only for one day.
Mhm.
Bathing like
Yeah.
a soldier or a
Exactly.
prostitute.
Disgusting.
Fun.
Uh,
All right. Anyone want to do anything else before it is time to sleep?
I think Theodora finishes her conversation with Anthea and immediately heads upstairs and hopefully finds Faustine finished cleaning herself up. But immediately is like, "Oh, Lady Faustine, can I speak with you?"
Oh,
Yes, Faustine is busy combing her hair, using her
Yeah.
hair oil and everything.
does it need to be somewhere else or can it be in here?
Oh, no, I suppose it doesn't really need to be private, but
Okay, what's up? What is it?
I I was I was just speaking with Lady Anthea and well, I did try to tell her that all the stuff that happened was sort of my fault, but she didn't really want to hear it. But she did tell me that if I were to protect her husband well enough, then perhaps she wouldn't well have you
Thrown in
arrested.
jail.
Yeah, that. But then
Hmm.
as I was coming upstairs, I realized I did sort of fail fairly miserably today, so I thought I should let you know at least, so maybe both of us could figure it out.
I think that was a very good idea. I I must admit I am concerned considering the situation. I mean, yes, you did fail to put the beast to sleep. Ignoring that, how are we supposed to prevent a single blast of magic from completely scorching him into oblivion? How was anybody meant to do that? Out of character, cough, cough. We can't prevent critical hits.
um,
The will of
Theodora
God.
just looks a little like, well, it's not, she did admit that we can only do so much, but, um, I did ask you to trust me, and then definitely, messed up, so I thought it was only fair.
Well,
Yeah.
look, I and she's like I'm speaking I'm trying to remember not to lower my voice
Mhm.
so much that y'all can't hear me. So if I ever do that on accident, please tell me to speak up because I will tend
Yeah.
to do that. Like my character is speaking quietly. I should speak
Mhm.
quietly. But she's
Mhm.
making sure to speak quietly enough that she can't be overheard in the other room or in the bathroom. But she says, "Look, frankly, I trust you more than Anthea. Not only do you listen to what other people have to say, you don't immediately assume the worst of everybody around you." Unspoken, like, anyway, she kind of smiles and says, "I think that she would have thrown me in jail no matter what happened. Even if I had kept him safe, she would have found some reason to throw me in jail."
Oh, well, I suppose that's true. I still, well, I'd rather me than you. I mean, this
I'd
happened.
rather it be neither of us, frankly.
Well, I suppose that's fair, but we don't always get to pick, do we?
She thinks for a moment and she sighs. "I think that we should."
Well, I don't know that much about that. I just know this is about what it's usually like, working with me. So I thought at least you wouldn't have to be at fault for it.
Well, we can work together then. We'll make sure that we get out of this unscathed and we leave these people far, far behind.
Uh, that's nice of you.
I think it's practical. I don't think there's any reason to let either of us languish in jail. You should be using those skills for something more useful than listen to what that bitch has to say.
Do you want to like insight check?
Sure.
Oh
That was a 25.
my god. All right. Theodora has kind of like checked out of this conversation. Um, like, Faustine started talking about like, well, neither of us should be in jail and we should just get out of here and stuff. And Theodora's kind of like, yeah. And then like,
Dissociate.
yeah.
He said,
Faustine kind of looks at her and is like, "Are you okay?"
Oh, yeah. I'm
"Are you
perfect.
sure? You seem kind of distant."
Well, I don't know. I suppose I keep thinking about the stuff that Steingrimmer said, but
Yes, it was worrying, frankly.
it was just um just some watchers, so it's I don't know if any of it is really true.
The thing that gets me is there is some legend, at the very least, of those with blessings from the gods reviving in moments of extreme duress, I suppose. So it would make sense with what happened with that poor child. But what gets me is I don't think that that sort of perceived prescience, I'm not going to give it that much credit, is something that Watchers do, or if it's something that's not something that his bloodline can do, is it? And she kind of looks at Theodora curiously.
Can I history check for this? Because I think
Sure,
feel
go
like
ahead.
I already did, but I don't remember what the answer was.
Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. This one's better. It's a 16.
You've never heard of anyone suffering from spontaneous revival syndrome in your immediate family, no?
What about the seeing the future?
No,
That was
Forecast.
James' questions.
not
Okay.
really a thing.
Theodora just shakes her head, but she still asks,
Get out of
"Do
here.
you think it was something to do with Steingrimmer then? The real one?"
The way I see it, there's only two answers. Is that one, it has something to do with the real Steingrimmer, which seems less likely. Or two, that there is some third factor at play, unrelated to that child having a major blessing, or the fact that he had become an unwitting host for those Watchers. What that third thing could be, though, if it's not a additional blessing from the gods, I don't know. But it's so unusual that it's gnawing at me.
Out of character, I'm kind of obsessed with Faustine's turn from Anthea, you'll be my bestie to you know what, fuck this bitch. Fuck you. You're lying. I hate you.
And her fake ass.
Hey, fuck her fake ass. I'm gonna go shit talk her to her maid.
Yeah.
Be a little bit treasonous as a treat.
Theodora asks, "Do you think what Steingrimmer told us is true, though?"
I don't think we should believe anything that Steingrimmer told us. If what Steingrimmer was saying was true, why would he be working out of an abandoned mausoleum on the edge of a podunk little farming town in the middle of nowhere instead of, I don't know, working with the actual descendants of Steingrimmer, right? There'd
Well,
be some kind of genuine notoriety and legacy.
I suppose you're right. I don't really know what Steingrimmer would want to do with us, honestly.
And that's why I feel like there's some piece to this that it's right in front of my face and I'm overlooking it and it's pissing me off. I can't figure out what's going on here. Because I know it's not this simple. It can't be this simple. It'd be fucking
But
stupid if it was this simple.
there's something donut with a hole in it, or
Yeah. Shout out to
Um,
Glass Onion. Good film.
Well, Theodora just says, "Well, if anyone can sort it out, I'm sure it's you."
Well, I appreciate that. I do like to think that this sort of bizarre application of magic has sort of become the thing that I dig into at this point. It was something I liked reading about previously because you need to know all sorts of magical application to truly master it, but I certainly did not expect it to be applicable in such a fashion when I accepted this mission. Good gracious.
Well, I will do my best to make sure you don't go to jail.
We will do our best.
Yes.
You're a good friend, Theodora. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll try my
Oh,
best to look out for you. Someone has to.
Thank you. Don't worry too much about it.
All right. Does anyone else want to do anything before it's sleepy time?
at this point it's later in the evening, right? Like,
Send their asses to
Yes.
sleepy DB.
Yes. it
so
is
I
late
assume
in
that
evening.
the tavern has filled out in terms
Yeah,
of
there's
like
people in here.
is Anthea still down?
Yes.
stairs.
Yes, she is. Still
May I
drinking.
describe what Anthea currently sees?
What? What do you want me to do?
May I describe
Oh
to
yeah,
you
go
what
ahead.
Anthea
Go
currently
ahead.
sees?
I'm
Um,
afraid.
Temperance has taught Ettore how to use his little wooden nubbins to beat out a simple like 4/4 dance, like folk dance tune on a table.
Uh-huh.
And she has now gotten a couple local residents who are a bit drunk, started in like some kind of haphazard. It, square dancing isn't the word for it. Like
Line dancing?
they're like up on a table and
Titanic
chanting
style.
things, chanting things that are less than safe for work, and stomping about and clinking beer and generally being
Rowdy.
rowdy. Yeah.
Anthea's just gonna, she's not gonna try to stop you. But under her breath, if any of the NPC, faceless NPCs sitting at the bar with her were to hear, ugh, common folk, before she turns back to her drinks, of which she has now had very many.
Oh. Oh my god. Yeah. I love her.
She's on like 8, maybe.
Oh, girl.
God, ma'am.
Her hair is like out of her little bow. Her makeup's a little bit smudged on one side 'cause she's been leaning on the palm of her hand. And she looks like she hasn't slept in 3 days.
God.
Girl help.
Girl, help. Alright, well then. As the evening progresses onwards, you guys all eventually retire to your rooms. Not much else happens in the tavern. It's a relatively quiet night. It seems that as far as the villagers are concerned, they're very happy that the monster threat is gone. They don't identify you guys specifically as the ones who dealt with it, but somebody dealt with it and they're happy about that. So, cause for celebration.
Yeah.
Can I get a perception from Honora?
Yeah. That's a nat 20.
Nat 20?
Oh.
Not only do you hear the sounds of fabric being chewed from under your bed throughout the night, you also notice that Holdrick never goes to sleep, but he also doesn't turn on a light. He continues sitting there, just book on his lap, quill in his hand, staring at nothing, until you yourself find, you're drifting off to sleep in the late hour of the night. Anthea does sloppily make her way upstairs at some point and crash in the bed.
Okay.
But then morning comes. And when morning comes, it seems that Anthea especially is very keen to get out of here. So, is there anything else you guys want to do in this town whatsoever before you leave forever?
Not me.
Are you sure?
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
I point at you. Do you remember the fortune teller guy who was like, "Oh, if you go kill
yeah.
Steingrimmer, we can get."
Alright.
Yeah. Should we go back and tell
Okay.
him?
There might be
Faustine.
something there.
On your way
Yeah.
out, sure.
Go back and tell him about that. Faustine can get Penny some extra victuals for the first part of the ride while they're out or something.
Yeah.
All right. Yes. So, as you guys are packing up to leave, everyone's in Horst, and then you remember you have to go talk to an old man about a ball of eyes. The fortune teller is much the same as it was, or the building is much the same as it was before when you visited. The creaky sign out front is still swinging a little bit, and inside you can see the lights are on, and the old man is sitting at his table, head kind of like sitting on his palms, like grumpily. There's no one else in the building.
Faustine bursts in. Sir, we got him!
What's that? What's that?
You remember the discussion that we had before about Steingrimmer?
Is he gone?
We've taken care of him. He won't bother anybody anymore. Don't you worry.
Oh, my dear girl, you are an angel.
Thank you.
Oh, I promised a reward. Please, take this. And he brandishes, like, what appears to be just, like, a piece of clothing out of you. Says, some customer left it here a while ago. I have no real need for it. I
Oh, thank you
I
so
don't operate on
much.
trickery. Here, take.
Thank you. Thank you. And she accepts it. What is this?
It is the High Priestess's alb.
Oh,
Is that an
I'm
item?
looking. It's an item.
That's one of the big boy items.
Yeah, that's one
Automatically
of the big-
succeed at all insight checks.
Oh,
Oh god, I need space for this.
yeah.
No, give it to
Someone
me. Let me insight.
Someone take
Honora's
it.
like, I suddenly understand human interaction
Yeah.
so much
Remember
better.
the thing? I did it, guys. I remembered a thing.
Oh?
Yeah.
You did, thank you.
You
'cause I
did.
had actually completely forgot.
Yeah, I also
Yeah, I was like,
forgot
are they gonna
about
go
him.
back for the reward? I hope so. It's a pretty good item.
I forgot he
Theodora's
had
like,
it.
oh no, you don't need to give me a reward. Faustina's like, yes, give me that reward. I earned it.
But yes, you take the piece of pretty decorative white cloth, very well taken care for, and the fortune teller says, yeah, I don't operate on trickery. I don't need the assistance of cloths or magic. You take this.
Don't.
You enjoy it. You enjoy it. Just don't set up shop near me, and we'll be fine.
Of course not. Of course, I would never want to barge in on your territory. You've earned it at this point.
Of course, of course. Would you like another fortune, or is our business here done?
I think our business here is done.
Ah,
I'm
my
very
pleasure.
glad to have been of assistance, sir. You have a
He
lovely
shakes your
day.
hand violently, before
She
seeing
shakes
you out
it
of
back.
the
She's
store.
like being like flopped around a bit, but she does not say a word because
The man seems
rude.
overjoyed.
You have a delightful day, sir.
You too, young lady, you too.
Thank you.
Alright. Anything else anyone wants to do?
Is there anything else that we think we might have missed?
Do you want to real quick sell anything out of your inventory to make space? Because if you're getting rid of a tome,
Yeah. My only
No one
option
else
with
is
the
gonna hold it.
eruption tome are either to sell it and hope that nobody notices that it disappeared, or give it to somebody to
Hey,
hold on to.
I used my vulnerary last combat, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I never deleted that. Alright, so
Yeah, you could always have like someone else hold it. I would say Theodora can, but if I hold anything that
Yeah.
is not a bow, I will lose my stats.
Hey, Nora, you want to hold this book?
good. Maybe dead ass Mallow.
Yeah.
Are you offering her your book to hold?
Yes, please.
Which book is this?
Eruption. You don't need to add any notes since I doubt Enora is going to use it. Just note that it's a magic tome. It's called Eruption.
Alrighty. Nora will
Once
put
we
it
get
with
back,
her
when there's a stealth moment for her to do it, she's gonna put it back on the shelf anyway, since she really did just intend on borrowing it.
Mm-hmm.
It did not end up being quite as helpful so far, anyway, as I thought it might be. But you know,
Yeah.
Win some,
Eh.
lose some.
Only so many people can get the final hit on. Only one person can get the final hit on anything. I suppose is where I was
Yeah.
going with the sentence.
And
So it's,
realistically, as we've seen, it's gonna be Temperance and Theodora.
killers.
Here I go killing again.
Extremely
Yeah.
good though.
Recover my dog from the stables, but I can't think of anything
Your
else that
dog.
my doge. Nothing.
Yeah.
Alright. Well then, can I get a traversal check to make your way back to Fortress Firigul?
Am
we're
I
not
doing
gonna
this one?
You can
Yeah.
pick a sacrifice person. Who you throwing under the bus?
I can do it.
Alright.
I'm surprised you guys didn't say Anthea.
I mean,
Get
it's
her
all
ass.
buffs typically, because that's a 22.
22, yeah, that is a...
Temperance is very good at going places.
Go
She
temperance.
is.
Wait, who was it? It was
Theodora.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is a 5-2 magic.
Cool.
Woohoo! Let's get you a radiant bow.
And
well, yeah, she
Honora,
I mean,
you can
that helps
delete the
her.
+5 to defense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that helps. I mean, now her history checks will not have a negative modifier.
Me when I learn history because my friend
Yeah.
didn't trip on the walk home.
For real.
The
Fuck
history of my
yeah.
friend not tripping.
Yeah.
All right, yeah, the travel back to the fortress goes very smoothly. The winds are at your backs, the swords are at your sides, etc., etc. And when you arrive, there's a small entourage in the front gate sort of area to greet you. A small group of knights, all wearing the colors of House Ephrath. And they take your excess supplies from your cart and stuff. And Huldrych immediately steps forward and he says, I need to make a report to my father, to which the guards say, he's feeling under the weather, he's not quite ready, he will summon all of you when he is prepared. And then the guards kind of scatter after being like, okay, well, you can just do whatever you want until he's ready. He'll come find you. So, Huldrych is going to immediately turn around and say, I will be seeing you all later then. Goodbye. And then he basically runs away.
Alright.
Theodora looks at Anthea like to see if she is expecting her to follow him or anything.
Anthea folds her arms, disinterested.
Okay, I'm taking that as a no. It's fine.
Anthea looks at all of you and she says, well, you're welcome to go catch up on sleep or whatever. I'm going to go sort out the staff, because I'm sure Lord Normanth has sent them in all sorts of contradictory directions by now.
Faustine just nods.
Well,
Yep.
good day to all of you. Goodbye. And she walks away. But
Faustine
before
is smiling. I'm sorry.
before she
Faustine
managed,
is- Sorry, I'm gonna shut up.
me first. I go first. Before she manages to walk away completely, she walks a couple steps away and then she turns around. She walks back. She grabs Penny kind of under the arm. She says, "To the healers with you." And then she continues going. And then she stops a third time or second time. She turns around. She walks both of them back. Penny just kind of like smiling, empty face.
Girl.
And then she points at Ettore and she says, "Do you need to be stabled?" Ettore responds with a hello, and then in Arcane, "I feel very stable, yes."
Temperance, why don't you go to the training grounds with Ettore for now?
That sounds good.
All
would
right, well, as long as
come with
one
me,
of you
buddy.
is in control of the situation. Goodbye! For real this time. And then she walks both her and Penny away. Ettore is happy to follow Temperance to the training grounds.
Faustina has just been like smiling and looking pleasant this whole time, and finally, when Anthea turns the corner, her face falls, and she's just like, "All right." She will take the book back from Honora and take that back to the library and slip it back on the shelf because it really was just meant to be borrowed.
Okay, yeah, so you can remove that from your inventory.
Yeah.
Can I ask for a reminder what the skills that the blacksmith had were?
Of course you can. Hold on a memento.
Now that I mean, I don't have money, but the
So,
party.
he's got strong riposte, indoor fighter, terrain resistance, vantage, or they've all been changed in name at this point probably.
Cool.
And deflect magic.
Okay.
I remember most of the effects, so you can just
Do you remember what vantage is?
I think it's called advantage now.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, if unit has less than 50% HP, it may perform an attack of opportunity when enemies enter within 10 feet of them. Okay.
Just keep in mind, archers cannot attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't grab that miniature bow while I had the chance, but I didn't want it. I don't have it.
I'm
It's
still
not like I wanted or anything.
Yeah.
Saying you like I'm still a broke bitch.
Yeah.
You guys have so much Blessed Oak. Blessed Oak goes for like 300 per oak.
Oh, does it?
Jeez.
I
don't
didn't know
have any
that.
in my own
I have-
inventory.
I don't
have
have any
8.
either.
Can I sell that?
Yeah, sell them all. They're 300 each.
Okay, 300 times 8.
You don't have anyone who knows craft, so it's not
Yeah,
it's
they
not like
literally
anyone
use
can use
this.
them.
I need to do math.
God, for you
That's like
manifesting next to you, stealing
2,400,
them,
isn't
and
it?
leaving.
Yep. Ettore also has 11 Blessed Oak, so that's going to be 3,300 gold.
But he wants this.
I would
He
like that,
doesn't-
please.
If you want
God.
Ettores Blessed Oak, you have to discuss that with him because it is currently a part of his body.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. Could
Sorry,
I say
can you
I
tell
just-
me the skills again?
Strong riposte, indoor fighter, terrain resistance, advantage, and deflect magic.
Okay.
And there's also a
I'm
bunch of
trying to-
weapons and shit. Do you want to know what those
Yeah.
are?
Yeah, I do.
So broom, 550G, cauterize, 300G, seal luck, 300G, cutting rhythm, 500G, diamond dagger, which is a skill, not a weapon, 600G, polished gem staff, 700, diplomat's rapier, 700, and amethyst choker, 1,000.
Hey, question.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, could I just could I just take the Blessed Oak out of Anthea and Holdrick's inventories?
Oh
Can we
yeah,
just-
they left that in the cart. They did not even think
just
to
gonna
take
take
that with.
those 6
Yeah.
pieces of oak. Thank you. Honora gets her money back.
While y'all are debating skills, Faustine's gonna rock up to that merchant with the mage ring and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
Do you
notices
need
you
any
come and he
money?
says,
Because, like,
he knows.
No, she has. That's why I took. That's
Okay.
why I discussed the money.
Okay,
before,
okay,
'cause she has
okay.
600 gold in her inventory.
He smiles at you, seemingly slightly surprised that you actually, followed up on your part of the bargain. He says, here to make a, return?
Indeed. Thank you so much for your assistance. It really came in handy.
Of course. I'm glad to have made a customer who is good on her word.
Oh, do you not have customers that follow through?
Well, I do. I just rarely take part in these kind of deals. You can never be too careful.
Of course. But I am a woman of my word. So, it was 50% cost, correct?
I believe so.
All right.
And just to make sure I am not going to be fucking this up when I handle this, Faustine hands back the mage ring and the 600 gold, I believe. Since she didn't have the money to begin with.
Yeah.
All right, then she's going to do that. I would normally be like about it, but she did combat so little, I don't think it matters. She only has 30 range now. Oh my god.
Thank you, ma'am. Much appreciated.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure doing business.
Of course. Let me know if there's anything else you'd like to borrow. For a price, of course.
Of course, of course.
Is the blacksmith still doing that deal he was doing?
Which deal?
Oh, it was like, wasn't it if we like bought a skill from him?
Yeah,
he
if
would
you buy
apply-
a skill from him, he'll make
Yeah.
the weapon, not for free,
So-
but with the damage die, not the additional double cost skill.
Can you paste the skills in the chat? I'm trying to look them up, but I keep forgetting what they
Of course.
are.
That is the Fire Emblem chat. That is not where that goes.
Also, are any of the items that they have staves?
Yeah, they have a polished gem staff.
Okay, let me see.
Does anyone-
Curious.
do you have any idea what strong riposte is now?
Nope.
I'm double
I guess
checking
I'll
for
do
you.
my best.
Here, it's worth 200 gold. What's 200 gold on here? Let's see. It's a passive skill. 200. That's a lot of options that it could be.
Yeah, I'm doing 65.
Let's say it's let's redact
on a
that.
second.
And let's say that it's opportunity strike instead.
Oh, okay.
Because that's also a 200 gold passive skill.
Yeah,
so
I'm
they should be
looking.
relatively the same,
Going-
possibly
Because
the same.
in
still.
Fire Emblem, strong riposte is that if you have battle initiated on you, you do 3 more damage.
Oh yeah, so then
Okay.
that probably is it.
Okay. Okay. Still not useful for Archer. But that's fine.
All my reposts are strong.
Yeah.
How much money do we have to work with again? Because a polished gem staff would probably be pretty useful for
You can
additional
I
healing.
have
It's
I-
700.
yeah, you can have my money. I'm not using it.
Yeah.
I also just realized I accidentally vaporized 100 of my gold, so I'm doing math properly now. Yeah,
More better healing.
yeah, all for you. Enjoy your staff.
Also, no, for all of us.
Yeah, yeah. that
Our
too.
healing
It's a
comrade.
surprise tool that will help us later.
Yeah,
Yeah, obviously we're not getting to combat tonight, but
yeah,
there's still time.
yeah.
If combat even happens. Who knows? Maybe
Just
we
like
will
that.
finish tonight. Who knows?
Let me.
I'll be real. I have literally no calls scheduled tomorrow. If I have to stay up a little late for this session, I am perfectly okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, I like
So
to end
long
at
as it's-
11 just because
yeah,
I have work
yeah,
tomorrow, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
I am willing to stay up late because I also assume that even if we stay up late,
we'll
it's not
go
gonna be
until a maximum
"Hey,
until 12.
yeah. Hey, besties, session's over and it's 2:00 in the morning.
Oh,
for
no!
Me. Like,
Can I put terrain resistance on my silver bow?
Sure. What's your silver? Does your silver bow have any effects?
It has effective against unholy.
No, you can't. Fuck you.
Damn
But you
it,
can
I
build
don't have any
another
normal
silver
bow.
bow.
I could get him to make me a bow that does that.
Yeah.
sorry, that
What's
was
a
just
silver
really
bow's
just-
damage
no, fuck
die?
you.
It's 1d12.
Okay,
but,
so that would be 1,200 gold
okay.
plus the skill amount.
Okay, I'm just thinking about if I want that damage dice or if I want it to be better. or
Yes,
worse.
you can have any
have
damage
money.
die you like. It will costs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Things.
What weapons did he have again? Oh,
Yeah.
It's Here, let me copy the list.
Thank you so much.
Scrunk.
There
you go.
there we are. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at that real quick. What if could I get 3d6? Is that allowed?
D6. Okay, what's 600 times 3? Help.
I am hoping it's 1,800.
Annika, help.
What? Repeat?
What's 600 times 3?
1800.
That's
Okay,
yeah, that's
yeah,
6 times 3
1800
with 2
plus
zeros on the end. That's really
400. What is that?
repeat.
What?
The first part cut out.
1800 plus 400. Help.
2200.
Yeah,
All right,
2200.
2200 gold
Okay,
for a custom
Can I
weapon.
sell him my silver bow also to
Sure, yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll
Mitigate
take
the
that.
cost a
He'll
bit.
melt
Yeah.
it on down his little frying pan. I assume that's how
Yeah.
they make bows.
Frying
Yeah, that's how forging works.
And
Yeah.
after a brief time waiting, it doesn't take him very long. He's a very talented man.
Yeah.
He'll hand you back your
Absolutely.
brand new weapon.
Cool.
Please make sure you subtract money from your
Yes.
inventory, and you can call that thing whatever you please.
Okay. Money is fucking gone.
Theodora's cool bow. It's got flames on the side.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy the amethyst choker. I think.
That's for
Oh.
does that match your holy blood?
It does, because Null
Oh,
got
hell yeah.
rebranded to Bedouin. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Give me my clout. My
And
clout
what
necklace.
does that do for the crowd?
For the crowd, it does. Hold on. I literally just had this open. Hold on. Nobody look at me. Okay, you can look at me now. Unit
Looks at
is
you.
immune to damage from mythic weapons, and unit cannot be moved from their position by an enemy via force damage.
Slay.
So, I am now a wall. Let's
Yeah.
see. She was already kind of a
yeah.
wall, but you know.
I'm gonna name this all-terrain bow.
All-terrain bow. I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Any other purchases?
They don't have any they don't have any tomes, so I don't think there's anything else that I realistically should be buying.
All right. Well then, while you guys are fawning over the
Sam.
blacksmith's wares,
How much do I get per blessed oak?
per blessed oak you get 300.
Oh, okay, so I have 900 gold to spend right now.
Slay.
Nice.
All right. What do you want?
Actually, no, I'm gonna say 600 because I'm gonna give one to Ettore as a gift.
Aww.
Aw,
Aw.
Ettore absorbs it
gift.
within the biomass.
Congrats to Ettore.
Let's see.
His thunks as he walks around are slightly more heavy.
Yeah.
If Faustine's strength wasn't so awful, which I'm okay with that, I made it that way, I would be like, haha, I will buy the diplomat rapier so I can get heals every turn.
I think you can do fire damage with that thing.
Yeah, it says that you deal an additional 1d10 fire damage against infantry
Yeah,
units, but
it's
it's
not,
physical damage normally.
Mm.
So,
So
she'd
it's
be
not a
doing
magic
3d6 minus 5. Not great.
Not too great. All right.
But I'm so sorry.
Temperance,
Is there
are
anything
you-
that you're gonna? Yeah.
Temperance, are you training Ettore or is he training you?
What was Strong Riposte renamed?
It is opportunity shot, I believe.
Opportunity strike. Opportunity
Strike.
shot. Yeah,
It's a
siege
different
one. I
guy.
think.
Sorry. A
it's
misinformation
Godfrey's
moment.
problem.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, opportunity shot's a completely different shit. Drastically different
Temperance is
still.
going to take deflect magic.
Nice.
Ooh,
All right.
that makes a lot of sense for her too, actually.
So, deflect magic reduces damage done from consecutive magic attacks by 50%. Speedy mages? Haven't heard of them. And you can slap that right in your little skills.
Nice. Plus, it's passive, so you don't even have to activate it or anything.
Exactly. Anything else?
Yeah, I basically am taking passive skills because I always forget to use active ones in games like this.
Understandable.
So Temperance is gonna buy her skill, and then she and Ettore are gonna go to the
To the gym.
sparring room.
To lift. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Are you
they're-
training him or is he training you?
I want. Temperance wants to teach him a thing or two.
Okay. What's she teaching him?
So how does this work again?
You both make the same check. He has to roll less than you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna try to make him slightly better at strength so he can protect himself.
Okay. Let's both roll.
Woohoo.
Whenever you're
That
ready.
isn't. I rolled an 11 plus mod is 18.
Okay, he got a 15, so you successfully managed to teach him, and probably that blessed oak that's in there is helping out now. The extra meat. So he's gonna gain plus
Temperance
1.
teaches Ettore how to maybe like parry an attack, I guess, if someone tries to bonk him.
This boy now has 4 strength.
Aww.
Yay!
He's
Our special
built
boy.
like a baby deer.
Our special boy.
Special boy.
He's just that much more likely to miraculously deflect a blow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
With his teeny little hands.
Whap. All right. Anyone else want to do anything in the fortress?
I think as soon as Theodora is done getting her new bow, she is going to immediately go try to find wherever Holdrick went, just to make sure nothing is happening.
Okay. You like asking a guard? Or you sleuthing it out?
Yeah, probably asking.
Okay. The first guard you ask, he says, "Oh, Lord Holdrick went upstairs. Probably to his quarters, I would assume."
All right, thank you. Theodora will go up to because we all have our quarters in the same area, so it's especially not weird if yeah.
As soon as you get
I'll
up
go up
there,
there.
obviously the doors that are guarded are the ones with people in front of them. The room that you assume Huldrick and Anthea are sleeping in, is guardless. But the door that was previously guarded the first time you were in here, that possibly contained angry child, does have guards in front of it.
Theodora approaches them non-threateningly and
They both look at you.
she
How do
looks
you
very
do,
she looks
fellow
very
guards?
polite, I promise. She just asks does Lord Holdrick happen to be in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, all right. I just wanted to make sure we knew where he was. That's thank you for letting me know.
Of course. Do you need us to fetch him for you?
No,
Do you need to
no.
enter?
That's all right.
Very well. They go back to standing at their post.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking at you like, okay, little wee baby.
Yeah, Mallow, that's exactly what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, Theodora the polite frog.
Yeah.
I will make
Heart
an
emoji.
exception because he looks very polite.
Theodora will probably go back in her room and like make sure all her like kind of vaguely rearrange her shit and stuff and just like waiting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Honora, what are you up to?
What is Honora up to? Honestly, I want to say she after did her purchase, her lord, both of her bosses are gone and are vaguely like, leave us alone. We're gonna go do our stuff now. Everyone's kind of scattered off. She's gonna make her way back out to the stables. TM. She's just.
Oh.
I genuinely imagine she's been left alone with her thoughts now. She doesn't like it. Where's my dog?
Her dog is indeed at the stables.
Yeah, she's just gonna like, make sure no one's around because people she doesn't mind when people are like around when she's talking to her dog. She's just noticed that people tend to give her looks when she starts talking to her dog after ensuring that there's no.
You've never talked to your horse before?
Yeah, no, for real. She's like, you mind, buddy, having a conversation here? And she gestures to Lavinia, who's doing like a.
Yep.
Thankfully, there
Little
doesn't
lizard
seem to
flip.
be many people around.
Yeah, she'll just go on in where Lavinia's hanging out, and she's just spending some time with her, like kind of borderline anxiously stroking, like her head at this point. Yeah, petting her where she likes to be pet, but she's doing it in like a fast, trying to distract herself kind of way, and she's
Rapid
she's
pet.
just rapid pets of increasing anxiety. She's just
Oh no.
ugh. We're in the home stretch now. Lavinia will be. I'm sure you can't wait to get back to your usual quarters. She looks around the stables. She's giving it like a look. And it can't be as nice as my nice little
house.
nice little house. I still don't know what I'm going to say to Mother or Father about she drags a thing to her, like a moment to the wound on her neck. Or what?
Where are the stables relative to the training room?
The training grounds are indoors on the second floor, and the stables are outdoors in the yard. So,
Okay,
reasonably far.
carry on.
You want to pay her a visit? Nor what, Temperance?
Well, I was thinking if they were nearby, Temperance could wander in, but she doesn't
Mhm.
really have any reason to go to the stables right now, so continue.
She's just How I do wish you could converse properly, Lavinia. Not that, not that you aren't a great conversation partner. It would just help if you could respond, as it were.
She licks your ear.
Yeah. Mm.
Lick,
What?
lick.
she, little laugh, and she's like scratching underside of her chin. I do wonder what Tillian would have to say about all of this. What do you think he'd say? Looks at her dog.
She recognizes the name Tillian, probably.
Yeah.
And she snorts a little bit. A little hot ash on the face. Not enough to actually burn.
Yeah. Your impressions are getting better, Lavinia.
Oh no.
Is reminiscent of last time we spoke. Yes.
Oh.
Last time we spoke being her and her brother, of course. And then she...
Oh.
Scritch, scritch. Well, it wouldn't do for me to spend too much time apart in case they call. So, I will see you in a bit. And then before she goes, she reaches back into, a little pocket. She stopped back by her quarters real quick. Always have extra snacky on hand when you're dealing with a wyvern. And she hands her, like, at least 3 little strips of wyvern consumption.
Little
Here you
wyvern
go.
treat.
Little wyvern treat, like at least 3.
Num 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 num.
Consider this, sorry about giving what I had left to Penny.
Lavinia takes her prize.
And then she'll, satisfied that Doggy's taken care of and that she's, spoken out of earshot of people who could get her arrested, she'll make her way back into the fortress, just wandering at this point.
Okay, and last but not least, what is Faustine up to?
I think Faustine is gonna go get herself some tea.
Okay. Specifically getting tea, like somewhere, or is she just hanging out getting tea vibes?
She's gonna go to the kitchen to get herself some tea.
Okay, yeah, sure. The kitchen is bustling as usual.
And she just wanders right in. Hello.
Oh, hello, ma'am. What can we get for you today?
I was hoping to get a little snack and some tea.
Of course,
Have the
of course.
time.
Of course. You just tell us what you need and we'll get it right away.
All right. Maybe like just like a light sandwich of some kind. And if you have any herbal tea, that would be lovely.
Herbal tea, yes, of course. And then the maid walks away to go prepare your food, leaving you to just hang out.
Faustine kind of wanders through the kitchen, like giving a berth to any of the employees, so she's not in the way, but she likes looking around.
Okay. Are you making any sorts of checks? Or are you just hanging out?
I'm gonna make a check just to see if she notices anything, like, oh, that fucking employee is sneaking food. Oh no.
Sure.
Like that. Or if honestly, I figure if I get a really high roll, maybe she'll notice the mysterious tea in the back. I don't think she'd be looking for it necessarily in character, but yeah.
And Nora's
There's always-
dumbass staring at the plot relevant
Except
tea.
I rolled a 7.
7?
7.
You don't notice anything of extreme import. Chefs are
Womp.
cooking. Tea is being made for a variety of people. You're not the only one who's thirsty.
Yeah. I think Faustine might, if she
delivered.
has time, she might slip into that little backspace to see if she can notice if like is Penny over here at this point, or did she already get checked in by the healers? Maybe, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah, you want to go into the back room?
If there's anybody in there, obviously she's not going to do anything though.
There doesn't appear to be anyone in there at first glance.
Okay. Faustine will not like fully open the thing, but she will sort of take a little peek in, just curious.
Okay, there's definitely someone sitting on the bed.
Is it Penny?
Red hair. You see red hair as
Yeah.
this person leans down to peek at who's coming in.
Faustine waves.
Somebody
already been
waves
seen.
back.
she's keeping her voice down so she can't be overheard, even though she knows that the kitchen is loud. And she'll ask, what did were the healers able to help?
Hmm.
Is she wearing a muzzle?
Find out.
She's got some sort of black cloth over her mouth.
Faustine will open up the door completely. Is she like bound and gagged in there or something?
No, she looks otherwise fine. She's got what
Oh,
looks
okay,
like a
okay.
black, sort of like ninja mask over her mouth.
Oh.
Can you speak under that?
Mm-mm.
Is
Oh,
that
shit.
intentional?
Mm.
Faustine will dig in her bag and offer her a piece of parchment and a charcoal pencil.
Mm-hmm. Penny takes it, and she writes something very short on it. When she turns around, it's the word hi, and the exclamation point has a little star at the end of it.
Penny, my beloved.
Can I roll an insight check? Actually, wait. I have an item that lets me automatically succeed at insight checks.
What are you specifically inciting?
What the fuck is Penny's attitude? Like, is she distressed?
She seems cheerful. She seems more cheerful than she's been the past few days.
Can I roll a dark magic check, please?
Sure.
Thank you. That is an 18.
You feel around the room? No dark forces.
Are you still? Were they able to remove that curse?
Oh dear.
Then, oh God, what are you supposed to do for food?
Penny makes sort of like a drinking motion.
You can drink through that mask? Right, well.
And then she waves her hand a little bit, bapping you on the shoulder a couple times. And then she writes down, and she turns around, she says, "Only temporary!" Exclamation point.
Okay. All right, good.
What's the mask?
And then
To keep her
she
from
writes again.
eating things, presumably.
She writes again. She says, "Waiting for Lord Huldrick's approval."
Holdrick or ma'am?
Not Lord Huldrick. Sorry, Normanth. Sorry,
Okay, just
different
checking.
fucking guy.
His approval to some sort of procedure to remove the curse,
She
presume?
writes, "To use the staff."
Ah, okay. Well, we'll be here at least until we've finished giving our reports. I'm sure you can find me if anything goes awry, and I can see if I can help you somehow. Okay?
She gives a delighted thumbs up before handing
Alright.
back the charcoal and the paper.
All right. I should probably slip away so nobody notices your little hiding spot, so nobody takes it from you.
Mm-hmm.
If you need any help from me in general, please just let me know. Okay?
Mhm.
Somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm.
Faustine is very concerned about Penny.
Oh no,
Penny's just
Faustine
letting
has
shit happen to her
feelings
for
about the
real?
party.
Yeah. But Faustine really does not want to get noticed speaking to Penny in the Heidi room, so nobody is
In the
like,
Heidi
oh, we
hole?
have to make it so she can't have her Heidi hole
Mhm.
anymore.
Yeah.
And will
No hole for
resume
Penny.
her
Very sad.
like I never was in there. Oh, I'm just looking around the kitchen while they're still getting her little snacky ready.
Mm-hmm.
Very worried in the back of her mind, like, what the fuck? They just capped her.
Guess who Faustine finds hanging out in the kitchen?
Oh, Temperance! Hello!
Temperance is
Ettore
trying to
is also
convince-
there.
Yeah, well, Temperance is... just assume Ettore is also there.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's also
Do not
there.
separate them.
Violence will incur if you attempt to... No,
Ooh.
Temperance is attempting to convince one of the cooks that, in fact, Ettore really ought to try the good cheese.
To which Ettore just keeps saying, "Hello?" But like in a begging tone. He wants the cheese. He's heard so much
Hello?
about it.
Hello!
Hello?
Mr. Obama!
Let me have some good cheese.
Because little Beepo really wants to
Little
drink the
Beepo
grease
wants
from the
cheese.
stove. Little Beepo's misery is increasing.
Oh no.
Ettore gonna turn around and see Faustine and say hello.
Hello.
And then, in Arcane, can I have cheese?
Okay, I'll get you some cheese. Don't worry.
Cheese, 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 cheese.
Faustine is like, just I want to talk to Temperance about what happened, but we're in the middle of a fucking kitchen, so she's just gonna lean over and be like, "Do you have any idea how long we're going to have to wait to talk to Normanth?"
Is that directed at Temperance?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. How would I know? People don't tend to tell me things. I'm just kind of hanging around until
Right.
all the reports are done, and I guess they do their dumb little paperwork, and we get paid.
Mm-hmm. Uh. Well.
Is there something up that we need to talk about?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me get my tea and then we'll talk.
Cheese, cheese, cheese.
All right.
And
Should I?
and cheese.
Cheese. All right. It's not long before the chef arrives with a little sandwich, some fancy cheeses on the side, and of course a cup of herbal tea.
Thank you so much.
Of
Normanth
course,
is lucky
he
to have
says,
you.
eyeing the two weirdos next to you.
Come along, you two. And she'll hurry out.
Cheese, 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 cheese.
Find them a little quiet spot to sit.
Okay, so you heard Anthea saying that she was going to take Penny to the healer, right?
And she's
Yeah.
passing Ettore one of the cheeses as she talks.
Ettore takes the cheese cube, slides it through the eye hole of the head, and you hear just a soft plop as it meets something fleshy inside. Cheese. It's good.
Why do you?
So,
Yeah.
uh,
Why do you ask? Is
it turns
something
out
wrong?
the healer's approach to helping Penny was to gag her and wait
Oh.
for Lord Marnmanth to approve her using her special staff on herself. Yeah.
Why was that a kissing noise?
No, that's like a
Come
sucking
here.
breath.
Yeah, sharp
Sucking,
inhale.
sharp inhale through the teeth.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
concerning to say the least.
Mm-hmm. She sips her
That
tea.
said, is she at any real risk of harm? Or is she
That
now?
that she's taking some time for herself.
Like raises her eyebrows a little bit, like she's in her secret room. And then says,
Uh, the gag, I suppose it's effective. She couldn't even speak with it on.
Huh.
She holds out the piece of paper or the piece of parchment that Penny had used.
But it's, I don't like it. I really don't like it.
No, it's unnerving. When do you think Anthea's going to make a move on arresting you?
Well, nothing happened on the way back, so I'm hoping.
I don't know if Temperance knows that the stuff that
Temperance is not aware
yeah.
of that.
Yeah.
No.
yeah.
She
Nothing
was
happened on the way
drunk
back,
at the time.
so I'm hoping that she doesn't. Actually, Theodora went to bat for me. I didn't even ask her to. So, for one, Holdrick had Theodora watching out for her. But I don't know. With all of the security around, it's impossible to tell what's going on. And Anthea will likely know anything that's happening as soon as it happens because of the amount of staff in this place.
Maybe, considering Anthea wasn't particularly pleased with Honora either,
Oh no.
Oh.
perhaps it's best that we all stick together so long as we're here until we're out.
I
At least I'm besties with her husband.
that sounds like a very good idea, actually. And Faustine resolves to more quickly eating what's left of her sandwich. You know, you gotta still be polite about it, but she's not.
Tori's been
between
popping
bites at
cheeses
this
into
point.
his eyes this whole
Yeah.
time.
She's not stopping him. She's made sure that she's grabbed a few for herself, but she's not stopping him from grabbing the majority of them.
Cheese, 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 cheese.
Where would you say you guys are? You guys just like found a random place to like
They're
stop
like right in
aside?
front of the kitchens. Like
We're
Oh.
we're in like a little side pocket, like like you know, like a little area of the hallway that's less
Mhm.
like
Populated.
immediately in the way. Like
Yeah,
against
people
would
all the
say-
way down the hall won't see
Yeah.
Ettore popping cheese into his eye.
Yeah, exactly.
When the cheese hits your eye like a big piece of pie, that's a
That's a
Tori.
Tori.
This
See-
is the logical conclusion
Yep.
of the show.
For
Yep.
real.
The series of decisions between
Go away.
Samantha and I that have resulted in this.
For real.
Action.
We've truly built a character ever.
The chef's kiss.
For real.
She finishes her sandwich and then like literally tosses back and shotguns the rest of her tea.
Oh.
Okay. Where we need to know where Theodora is, and we need to know where Honora is. Stable.
I
That
would
would
say
make the
while
most
you guys are.
sense. That would make the most sense if you want to.
I would say while you guys were talking, because Honora I think is just kind of wandering. So I would say she wanders
Listlessly.
right past. Yeah, she just kind of walks past you three and stops and is like,
Tori holds
Honora.
out a piece of cheese.
Perfect. Yes.
Nora will take and eat the cheese.
You. Everything has seemed normal from your end, right?
I talked to Lavinia. She seemed normal. Yes.
Good. And with the people,
The people. Yes. I haven't seen any people aside from the blacksmith. I was wondering about where Lord Holdrick might have gone, but he's probably doing something important. So I was
hope
just
I would hope he's sleeping.
But
But
yes, he
Or,
he
you know,
didn't sleep.
talking
He
to
didn't sleep at all last night.
2 nights ago. 2 nights ago. He slept last
Oh,
night. He's
two
fine.
nights ago, yeah. Right. 2 nights ago, he didn't get any sleep, so I imagine he must be tired. Though he might want to spend time with people here.
maybe he's talking to his father.
You
first, I
seem
think-
worried.
I have
Mm.
reasonable suspicion that Lady Anthea
She's like narrowing her brows.
a teensy bit vindictive and
Mm.
thinks it's my fault that Lord Holdrick got burnt to a crisp when we were fighting those shambling abominations.
Uh,
So,
It's also possible that she blames you a little bit.
mm,
And
So-
perhaps.
the Penny situation.
mhm,
Oh,
Penny is currently
perf.
again, Faustine is trying to keep her voice relatively low, and she takes a quick look up and down the hall to make sure that nobody's approaching, and then says, "Penny might be in her room, gagged
Ugh.
in order to prevent her from eating anything, gagged to
Was-
the point that she is incapable of speech, and unable to do anything until she gets confirmation from Lord Normanth on whether or not she can use her special staff to actually fix her ceaseless, gnawing, painful hunger curse."
Hmm. Well, that does sound less than ideal, but
That's
I
one way to put it.
I suppose we can only trust the Lord of the House to do what's best for his staff. If Miss Penny, I mean, I offered to use, I attempted to make an offer, to use the stove. We offered it to her when we were out there. Does Miss Penny seem upset by the idea of waiting for Lord Normant's word?
It's difficult to get a read on her. I think in
Sorry
order
if you
to
can hear
proper-
Gooby.
It's
I
okay.
did hear him. It was
I
delightful.
think in order to
It
ensure
was
that
a
we
little
are in
meow, and I
a
was
good
like,
position, I think to ensure that we're in a good position to help Penny, we should stay together just in case. I think we should
Miss
go find Theodora.
Lady Faustine, a word of advice. If I might. I know I don't. No, I haven't made
don't, but
the
continue.
best call. You are thinking an awful lot.
Yes, that is what I do.
Yes. But, your words, I would be careful with how you phrase them, especially when it comes to the lord and the lady of the house. I'm not saying I would do anything, of course. I'm saying that she's got like a little look on her face. It wouldn't do for you to fall under suspicion. Do you understand what I'm saying? I would prefer not.
Honora, I'm not planning a fucking coup or something.
And
Goodness gracious. Let's go
you
find
s-
Theodora, gosh. And she starts walking away.
she after she stomps off before Temperance, I think she's gonna like grab Temperance by the wrist real quick because I assume Temperance is gonna want to follow after her. Miss Temperance, be careful. The Empire does not take kindly, in general, to people who would propose anything against it.
Faustine, man, I don't want to get arrested. Honora, what are you, a fucking criminal?
Well, no, you're like, oh, the lady of the house and shit. Oh, the vindictive. Just take care that both of you watch your words around people. Please.
All right. No one's planning anything. We
I
just have reason to be nervous. All we're doing is making sure that we settle everything, we get paid, and we move on.
I know you're not planning anything, but sometimes you don't need to be at risk. And then she'll release your wrist, and then she'll follow after you too.
Faustine has been waiting at the corner for them.
Hey,
Also, of course,
she looked both ways before she said anything.
and Nora's like, don't get us in trouble. Don't get us in trouble because you're being suspicious about the lady of the house. Don't do it.
Faustine is going to assume that Theodora is somewhere near Holdrick's, wherever Holdrick is. So first we gotta figure out where Holdrick is.
Ask the same guard that Theodora asked.
I'm guessing it's not the same guard, but she will ask, excuse me, do you happen to know where Lord Holdrick is?
I believe he is upstairs.
All right, thank you very much. And then she leaves.
All right. I assume the whole entourage is following.
Yeah.
The gang.
The gang.
The gang. Yeah. Theodora hanging out around.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah. She's still like finding idle things to do around the quarters.
Okay. Yeah. You've found Theodora. Points at her. Get her.
Okay, I'm so glad to see you.
Oh.
Are you? How have you been?
I've been fine. I just thought I would stay around here, just to make sure. Well, I mean, there's guards around the room anyway, but I think Lord Holdrick is visiting his children, and I thought I'd just stay here just in case.
Yeah, I think that sounds like an excellent idea. Could we join you?
Theodora, like, in her room is just like, well, if you'd like.
I'd love to. Thank you.
Hmm.
The room is not built to hold 6 people or 5 people, but it
5.
will.
Hmm.
Actually, is there maybe there's a sitting room very close nearby? Is there maybe?
There was the
Uh,
parlor that you were in
Yeah.
downstairs.
That's a little ways away.
Well, yeah, I suppose we don't all need to be in one room.
Rude.
Lady Faustine would like us to stay grouped for. She like looks over at Faustine, still very suspicious of her, kind of narrowing her eyebrows, like you gotta watch it. Reasons that I assume she would prefer to disclose.
Well, I don't really mind standing in the hallway either, as long as we're not too close to where
Right,
the
yes, it wouldn't do to disturb them, but
yeah.
this way we'll be nearby in case we're needed.
Yes.
So Faustine will try to find a area that they can stand in that is not super obviously loitering, but is also like in reasonable, audible distance and everything of Holdrick's room where the guards are all gathered up.
Yeah, there's probably like a balcony or something on the
Yeah.
window.
Yeah,
Mm.
we can hang out there. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Tori's gonna follow you.
Vibing.
Yeah.
Well, of course he is.
Well, Lady Faustine, do you intend on telling Lady Theodora, or are we just going to stand here?
Oh, Lady Theodora already knows.
Does she?
What?
Oh, yes. Oh, right, yes. I thought there's so much going on. So,
She points at Honora. You,
Hmm.
I'm concerned
Oh.
that Lady Anthea is going to hold me responsible for what happened to Holdrick and she's going to arrest me. So I am trying to be as inconspicuous as possible. Okay?
By gathering us all in the hallway.
By ensuring that
balcony.
it is
The
clear
balcony.
that we are not doing anything untoward in their own territory. Okay?
Mm. Like whispering about the lady's vindictive nature and such. Of course. How could I have misconstrued your intention? She says very straight faced, staring at you.
Underneath his breath, Tori goes, "Bitch."
Not the one
I
that's
don't think
trying
that
to arrest people?
I don't
Anyway,
think that criticizing the woman is a capital crime.
like
You are
she's
in
still in charge.
you are
So
in her
that is
I
the
am
reason why that I am concerned in the first place. For my own personal situation, not for anything grander than that.
she kinda looks at Temperance and is like, criticism can sometimes it's not necessarily the criticism, but the intent behind it.
Oh goodness
So
gracious.
perhaps
She looks at Theodora. Anyway, Penny has seen the healers. She's currently gagged as a temporary measure until they can determine whether or not they want to have her use her own staff to fix her curse.
Theodora just looks like not surprised, but like, yeah, that does sound like something a healer would think is a good idea to fix that problem.
Yes, I worry. She's
Considering what
she's
occurred with Normanth when we were here before, we might be here a while.
yes. I worry about her. I don't know what it is. I worry.
Well, it's nice of you.
Well,
Mm.
thanks, I suppose. I don't know.
As you guys are talking, you hear someone walking in the hallway, and a servant walks by, barely glancing at you guys, only to backtrack and saying, You wouldn't happen to be Mrs. Honora, Theodora, Temperance, and Faustine, and, he looks at Ettore, and company, would you?
That would be us, yes.
Yes.
He bows deeply. He says, Lord Normanth has requested your presence in the garden for an evening meal.
Ah.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, should we
Should
dress
we?
way?
I have not been specified to, list an attire, but any of your noble clothes should be suitable.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll be sure to get changed and head downstairs immediately.
Thank you. And the butler backs up, and you can hear him go a couple more paces, and knock on Holdrick's door. Barely, like, you can barely hear the conversation, but it seems much the same exchange is happening. And you can also hear kids talking.
Oh.
Aw.
Little puppies.
All right. I am going to freshen up and change my clothes for dinner.
Honora's already left to go change.
Yeah.
She's done with this conversation. She thinks you're all being a bit silly. Talking shit about the spy master in the
Honora,
spy
like,
master's house.
"Ha, if you just listen to what your boss does at all times, nothing bad will happen."
So, she's not the brightest. She's got her moments of being stupid, but she knows better than to talk shit about a spy master in a spy master's abode. All right? She doesn't want anything to do with anything to do with potential negative things involving the Empire. All right?
Honora,
reasons.
as you walk out into the hall, you nearly run down a very small child who happens to also be in the hall.
Oh.
She, are you all right? I didn't. She looks very concerned.
The small child who smacked against your legs,
Ugh.
but bounce back. She appears fine. Just kind of looks up at you and goes, and then walks off.
She kind of watches her go off and is like, all right. As long as she's looks relieved that she's well.
The kid walks off in the other direction, and you see what is probably Holdrick's arm snake out from the side of the door that was previously guarded, and whisk the child away.
She's just like, all right, one of Holdrick's kids. The kid's okay. I'm gonna go change now.
Temperance is gonna kind of follow Faustine into the doorway of her room. Lady Faustine,
Yes.
or can I just call you Faustine?
Yeah, you can just call me Faustine. What's up?
All right. I don't have any nice nobility clothing. Do you maybe have something that would fit me?
My gowns likely wouldn't, but I'm sure I can manage something between what I've got and what you've got. We'll figure it out.
All right, because what I've got is what I'm wearing.
Well,
I-
like I said, we'll figure it out.
My other clothes were pretty charred,
I understand.
and then somebody spilled beer all over them. And then one of the sleeves did catch fire.
Yes,
good
I
It
can
was
certainly
fun.
understand why you wouldn't continue wearing that. Well, we'll just sort something out. I'm sure Faustine has at least one relatively like normal cut dress with a moderate collar that they can just like belt or something as necessary. They've got something that they can
Yeah.
sort out into
Temperance is fancy.
temperance
Temperance
is
has been fancied.
yeah. She might not be like, oh yes, this was made for me, but like it looks approachable.
Okay. So, all of you get ready for the dinner event to which you have been invited. And you make your way downstairs. The guards direct you towards the gardens. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Oh ho, oh ho.
Oh.
Don't worry.
Whoa.
Don't worry about the
There are
sudden change in
chests.
art style. It means nothing.
It means yeah. It's fine. This is fine.
Yeah,
we're
we're
good.
sitting at our
No
at
com-
the table.
You arrive.
Holdrick is on the table.
No, King, no. You arrive to the garden. It's sort of like a courtyard situation. So there's open outdoor air at the top, and it's quite large. Very very spacious place.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of fields. And sorry, Penny, get out of there. And as soon as you arrive, the maids seat you. There's guards everywhere. Very standard operation for what you can see. Anthea is she's all dolled up in her finest outfit. She's breasting boobly. And she takes a seat at the table next to Huldrick, who is directed towards the head of the table, which he immediately he seems like confused about. Like he heads towards the side of the table, and then one of the maids is like, no, you come over here.
Oh boy.
So he gets out at the end of the table all by himself. And you guys just watch for a couple minutes as maids and guards, kind of take positions by the doors and windows. The maids, they bring you all sorts of like silverware and stuff, cups. And they begin to like kind of hand out food, but not really. It's like, appetizers and shit. Like,
Right.
Mhm.
here's tiny
First course.
sandwich. And as you guys are getting set up in here, the big double doors open once again, and Lord Normanth walks in. And he's got kind of like a small smile on his face, and he says, "So good to have you all. Have everybody back. Let me turn on all the other NPCs because they're all here." Yeah, don't worry about
all
it.
the normal NPCs.
Yeah, all the normal NPCs. And Penny is here too. She sneaks in.
Oh, hi Penny.
She's
Penny.
part of the maids. The other maids and guards kind of look at her like, "What's wrong with your mouth?" But like, they're professional. They don't ask.
Mhm.
I mean, she doesn't look worse for wear. She's kind of you can't see her mouth, but you can tell she's kind of smiling. She's got smiley eyes.
Yeah.
Aw.
She seems happy to be back on solid normal ground.
Did she get new glasses, please?
She did not get new glasses.
Aw.
It seems that she does have new clothing on, and it seems that she's clean. So, whatever the mask is doing for her, like she can take things on and off now without worry of eating them. Thank God.
Yeah.
But Lord Norman takes a seat at the other end of the table, far away from all you guys. There's a significant degree of separation here.
Yeah.
And he says, "It's good to see all of your faces again. I assume your mission was a success."
Yes, it was. We located Steingrimmer without much struggle.
Excellent. Well, I would like your full account of the events, if it pleases you. He says as he starts loading up his own plate with all sorts of appetizers.
Yes.
Ah.
Well, we determined that there were some creatures were coming up from the mountains or coming down from the mountains towards the village and followed them to what was otherwise an abandoned mausoleum where it turns out Steingrimmer had holed himself up and well, it was not a particularly pretty picture, my lord.
This Steingrimmer fellow, and he kind of points at you with his fork. A man, a beast. What did it turn out to be?
Some of column B, my lord. The best that I could
Column
ascertain
B?
is that somehow a group of watchers had used a poor child's body as a host and were effectively, it's difficult to say if they were puppeting it or what, but it was, we had to put that poor child out of his misery.
How very sad.
But
Well.
as you can see, as a result, Steingrimmer is no longer going to be a concern if anybody's.
Well, if I had known it would just be a mere monster, I wouldn't have dealt with it. But it's good to know that the problem is gone regardless.
Of course. It was a cautious, well-measured decision, sir.
He nods at you like, yeah, it was. And as you guys continue to sit for dinner, they bring out like the second, like the actual meal. It's like some kind of like fish and rice situation. Less fancy than you're used to, but you're in the middle of the mountains, so like, fucking, all the fancy cheese is gone. No one knows why.
Except for Temperance,
No.
who's used to eating like hardtack and stew of whatever they caught. So
Yum. Yeah, this is so fancy for Temperance. And Ettore, who is sitting at the table, by the way, they sat him down.
is he
go
like
Ettore.
wearing something? Is he wearing?
Yeah,
like, a
no,
disguise?
he's wearing his human disguise, and now that he has like actual fingers, it works way better. I think the maids probably just assumed like, oh, well, he's hanging out with all these fancy ladies that we hired, so obviously he's part of their entourage. Let's just seat him because we don't want to affront any noble women. And Ettore is just along for the ride, like, fancy cheeses? Appetizer? He's not
He's new
kind
to
of,
this whole eating thing, so
yeah, he's like kind of hidden behind Honora from Norman's point of view. Like Honora's big enough where he can just kind of like lean back a little bit and Norman won't actually see him eat. So every once in a while he'll take like a little fancy sandwich, he'll lean backwards, and then it'll slurp into his hand. He's kind of doing it under the table.
a little salmon cannon noise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Shoot.
But yeah, he seems to be having a delicious meal.
Delightful time.
But yeah, they bring out the second course. Anthea is kind of like just picking at it a little bit. Like she seems grumpy. She's grumpy about something. She's always grumpy. Ettore is like grain by grain of rice, you know. And Holdrick just eats it, you know. He's had a long.
My
So
boy.
he's just eating his food, letting Faustine take over the explaining part.
Not that Temperance has to actively like remind herself to use like a fork. She'll have to catch herself from like just grabbing things with her hands. It's like, right, I'm in polite company. I can't just like grab things and put them in my mouth.
You can if you're a girl boss. The conversation shifts from you know, discussions of mutilated children to, you know, slightly more
Delicious.
palatable dinner topics. You know, what do you guys up to generally? Like what sorts of studies does Faustine take up? What sorts of travels has Honora and Theodora been on? Temperance, what the fuck is your deal? That kind of thing. Mostly just meaningless small talk. He tries to talk to Ettore, but Ettore just stays silent, and kind of pretends he doesn't hear. And Norman looks very tired. He doesn't seem like he's in the mood to press this guy, so he just turns to the other side of the table like, Theodora, how are you?
Okay. I'm
When
not
Temperance realizes he's attempting to communicate with Ettore, she's gonna pause and say, he doesn't speak, my lord. I apologize.
I see. Did you hire him?
Hires, not we found him near the village. He's been tagging along with us. We found him to be quite useful.
I see. Well, we'll make sure he gets some sort of reward as well, I suppose. If he's been useful. Thank you, sir. And then he just kind of gives Ettore like a toast, but like a low effort toast, and Ettore fumbles the glass and then just kind of like shoves it in his direction. Whatever was in it's already gone. Ettore has absorbed.
That's our boy. Oh, during like the small talk, as it were, Honora like, I don't mean to be a bother, my Lord Normanth, but would you happen to have did you receive any word from our families at all while we were gone?
No, not anything I was expecting. Why? Are you?
Oh, I just had a passing thought of concern, I suppose. It's been a minute since I've been home, you see. I guess I'm just feeling homesick. Forgive my intrusion.
Well, after tonight, you're welcome to take your leave. So.
She does her little nod, and then she kind of like that. Thank you, my lord. And then she turns to she's eating her plate, but she's eating her plate with consideration. Like
She has table manners.
she does have table manners, but she's.
Does anyone want to make a perception check?
I'd love
Yeah.
to.
I
Sure.
love
Yeah,
making perception checks.
Ooh, that's a 17 for me.
That's a 6.
8.
19. Temperance is perceptive now. She can actually see
Nice.
things.
A bitch
with
can
a
Congrats.
see.
19.
Anyone that got higher than a 15, as you're, looking around at the table, just kind of vibing what people are talking about, going with the flow of conversation, you notice that Holdrick looks slightly unwell. He's making a weird face.
Honora's gonna look over. That's my bestie TM.
Oh.
Lord Holdrick, are you feeling well?
Mallow, did you roll high enough to
No,
notice
I did
this?
not.
Okay.
I did not. I rolled a 6.
Carry on.
He looks up at Honora and then at his father and then at Honora again. He says, "Oh, no, I'm quite well."
Honora's gonna attempt an insight check. Well, she's gonna attempt an insight check because I smell a little bullshit.
If they're having an active conversation,
on.
would Faustine notice?
Come on.
Because
Probably.
she's got the
Nat 20, baby.
Nat 20.
Oh.
Nat 20. He looks like he's about to be ill.
Oh.
I keep
I know-
telling the cook staff that I'm allergic to fish. And they keep serving me fish.
I don't mean to pose, my lord, but you seem a bit. Do you need to take a step from the table for a moment? She's worried.
No, I'm well.
Oh.
Anthea's
All right.
kind of squinting at him, assessing. Norman just keeps eating. He's like, num num num, fishy.
My son's dying of diseases. Tasty.
Dies of secret
Can,
diseases.
can I try to perceive the food if there's something wrong with his food, perhaps?
Oh my
Sure,
god!
go
Did you
ahead.
poison my
You're
bestie?
many feet away.
I know, and I rolled really bad.
I can't see for shit at this distance.
10.
At this distance, you can just kind of barely tell that he is eating approximately the same thing as you.
Okay.
He appears to be eating
Anyone else
the
wanna-
same meal, but you wouldn't be able to
Temperance,
identify
maybe?
the differences.
Yeah, anyone else want to perceive that?
Who's closest to him?
You.
Anthea and
Okay.
Temperance, I think.
Yeah.
Make a perception.
Also, we're compressing the size of this map. It's not 10 feet, it's 5 feet. For this night
Okay.
only, you still use the same amount of move, though.
Okay.
That is a 21.
21. You look over at his food. The low light makes it very hard to see, but everything looks slightly discolored. Maybe just a tiny bit. But you
Oh,
don't know
no.
why or how or what or when.
What kind of discolored?
Just
Like,
it's a different color than your
greenish?
food, and if you look across
Mhm.
at Anthea's food, hers is the same as yours. His is a different color. Just
Can I
slightly.
perceive like if what kind of attitude is going around like with the guards and the maids right now?
Sure.
Oh my
Would that be a
god.
perception or would it be something else?
You could do an insight check on the room.
That would
Yeah.
be okay, so just give it to me then. I automatically
As soon as you guys start engaging in this conversation, a couple of the guards make like kind of eye contact, as well as a few of the maids, but they're still being very, very professional about it. The maid that brought you all your food is especially looking very, very professional in the corner,
Oh my god.
not
They're
making
killing
eye
my
contact
boy.
with anyone.
They're killing my bestie.
Oh no.
That's what's happening right now. I mean, Nora doesn't know that, but I'm
Yeah.
saying, oh my god, they've poisoned Holdrick.
Yeah,
Temperance!
Holdrick's gonna make kind of like a violent choking sound.
And Nora's gonna like hop up from her seat,
Yeah.
concerned. Kind of look over. Are any of the maids coming to help him? Or
No, and as soon as you stand up, Norman says, "Sit back down.
but
Sit
she kind of
back down."
she'll
Sir,
very
your
warily
son?
sit back down, and then she'll
Your
look back
son,
over.
Sir?
And then she's gonna look back over at Holdrick. How's Holdrick looking from where Honora's sitting?
Holdrick, kind of looks pretty dazed. And he's got one, like, hand holding up his forehead. He's abandoned eating at this point. He's just kind of, like, leaning on the corner of the table, still in his chair, but he's not looking well.
How does Anthea feel about this?
You know how I always compare Gottfried's vibes to anthrax? It's
Yeah.
kind of like Chernobyl is happening in her corner of the room. The
Like, is she
radiation
doing
poisoning.
something about this?
She
Is
just
she
looks
doing-
very, very angry, and she's kind of staring daggers down the table at Normanth.
Faustine stands.
Yeah.
Sit down!
Your
Ma'am.
son is clearly in distress.
He's perfectly fine. And then
With
he
all due respect,
leans over
sir.
he leans over his shoulder and kind of like waves some of the guards forward. And they step forward and he says they will take him to his quarters.
He needs to see a healer, sir. Something's clearly not right.
He is fine.
You wanna insight him, Val?
Insight, please. What's the
Sure.
fuck?
Yeah, in the back of his eyes is some sort of like kind of tired mirth.
Sir,
Fucker.
with all due respect, I'd like to take a look at your son before he goes to his quarters. And she starts walking that
She
way.
is a trained healer, my lord.
Fine, if it'll settle your nerves.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Nora is seething. She's not saying anything, but I want it known that she's kind of seething, and she's staring directly down at her plate. Like, what fuckery is
Faustine
going on?
going to head over to Holdrick, and I'm gonna use that polished gem staff to heal him in case he's lost any health from what the fuck is going on.
He has not. So
Okay.
you're over here now.
Then I'm going to roll a I guess medicine is the best thing to do here.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
If something is up with the food, specifically.
When Faustine gets up, can Theodore also get up to help her?
Sure.
That knocked off the
Go over here.
book.
Yeah.
16.
16. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. He slides out of his chair. He makes kind of like a strangled noise. That you can't really parse his words. And he's got his hand like curled into the fabric of his like shirt and coat. Clearly in a great deal of distress.
Oh my
Curious
god.
question. How long do I have to stand next to Holdrick to activate Cure?
Battle has not started yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm
Um,
going to try and help support him upright again. Can I
Wait,
roll?
can I give you a support bonus
Yeah.
to help you with that?
Whoop.
Okay, hold on. What's the math on that? I rolled a 12. Let me look what that is. +3 to stat of your choice. On
All right,
your
I'm gonna make that a +3 to magic because why not?
yeah.
As
And
you
that's
guys
just for this
are
next roll.
as you guys are fretting over
Yeah.
Holdrick at the end of the table, Normanth continues to eat.
All right, I'm gonna roll dark magic.
Sure, go ahead.
That's 21.
You don't sense any dark magic.
Can I
Can
check his food?
Oh, go ahead.
Sure, yeah. What check are you making
Okay.
on his food?
That's gonna be
Medicine,
if I want
probably.
to determine if something has been tampered with food, that would be medicine.
Medicine,
Correct?
yeah. Food counts as medicine.
Okay.
Yum
That
yum.
is
Can
a
I-
14.
14? Definitely looks tampered with. And you can identify some sorts of poisons. You can't identify all the effects, but it definitely is a paralytic.
Can I roll for medicine on Holdrick to see what's wrong with him?
Mm-hmm.
Like specifically, I guess.
I got a nat 1. I'm doing very
That
poor.
one, he's freaking it.
Yeah.
He's having
Sir,
a
you need
day.
to call for a doctor immediately.
Norman shovels another spoonful of rice into his mouth. He says, yes, he'll see a doctor.
Faustine looks at Anthea, like, gaping, kind of bewildered and desperate.
Anthea takes this opportunity to pull out one of her many long knives and stab clean through the table, while
God.
still looking at Normanth. And then she spouts off what could only be described as a furious tirade not befitting of a noble woman.
Oh.
Directed at Norman.
Yeah, no details,
What does
only
she say?
insults.
Honora's
Oh,
Honora's kind of gonna look back up at Lord Normanth, and she's, my lord, are you not at all concerned?
He'll be fine. No need to
I'm
worry.
literally just standing next to Holdrick, waiting for me to be able to use cure or heal or something.
You have a you have a thing that gets rid of status effects, right?
It's an item, the half-finished coloring book.
You make him do some coloring.
Yeah,
Can
come
I
here,
summon-
Holdrick!
That I don't know if that works in this context, does it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Temperance is gonna finally stand, and look at Norman, and just say, as someone under your employ, I demand to know what is going on.
Whoa.
He daintily wipes his mouth with his napkin before folding it back on his lap and
This
continuing
fuck.
to eat. And he says, "He will be fine."
He is your son, my lord. You seem a little less than concerned for him.
I am aware he is my son.
Faustine looks at Lady Anthea and says, I believe that we can get him to the infirmary and I can attempt to help him.
Anthea looks at Faustine, and then she looks at Theodora, and she directs both of you to help him immediately. Only for the two guards that are also hanging out around Holdrick to point their spears at you.
What? Nora looks to the guards and then looks at Lord Norman.
Are you this intimidated by your own son, sir?
At that, Normanth actually just bursts out laughing, and you know it's a surprise laugh because rice comes flying out of his mouth.
Oh no. Gross.
He
It's
dabs
like-
at his mouth with the napkin and he says, No, not that, no.
Temperance is going to step up onto the table.
Yeah, go Temperance.
Ma'am,
Could
that is
you-
hardly good behavior for a meal among nobles.
Neither is killing your son, sir.
I am not
Perhaps
killing
you-
him.
Perhaps you could call your guards off, Lord Norman, that they might take your son to the infirmary.
That is exactly where they will be taking him. In fact, I see no reason to dawdle. I grow tired.
Um,
The two guards kind of like not scoot Faustine away, but like get in the way of Faustine. So Faustine is gonna be
She
smoothed
has
over here.
1 strength. She's not going to be able to.
Yeah,
fend
yeah, and
off
they have
easily.
big weapons. So she's gonna be backed up, and the two guys are gonna get on either side of Holdrick and kind of like pull him to his feet. But not really.
Do we have weapons in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to noble dinners, it's very often practiced that they will carry around their weapons at any given opportunity, because in a society where weapons are granted to the powerful by divine beings, you
I
always
see.
want to show off your whip.
yeah.
Speaking of weapons, Temperance is going to slowly and calmly draw her sword.
Honora's gonna make her way over to Holdrick.
I
Just
think
Faustine is pulling herself back to her feet because I can only
Ettore,
imagine she
oh,
would
you're on
have
the
been
table.
stomped over.
Ettore has followed you because he does that. Anthea's gonna take a couple steps forward towards Normanth.
I think hold on. Can I roll like a tactics to see like how stupid this idea is?
Sure, yeah. What's your stupid idea?
Well, my stupid idea is we probably should get rid of the guards. I just want to make sure that I'm reading the vibe correctly.
Sure.
Like is the vibe my role is like is the vibe that the guards are going to take him somewhere and he's going to die?
The vibes are that the guards are going to take him somewhere, but probably not kill him. Maybe they might. Who knows?
Oh no.
But Normanth doesn't seem overly concerned about his only heir dying.
Okay. If I rolled a 12, wait, hold on, let me make sure that's modifiers. Okay, sorry. If I rolled a 13, would I think it's a good idea to hit one of these with an arrow?
13?
Yeah.
Possibly a bad
Same told me.
idea.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Being as you are a ranged fighter and the guy is right next to you.
Well, I would not be aiming for the one right there. There are two guards.
Mm-hmm. Get up on the table. But as you guys are fighting over Holdrick, Normanth finally puts his food down. He says, "You all worry too much. You all worry too much."
I
He's
think I worry
fine.
a perfectly
He's fine.
normal amount, thank you.
Let me explain. Let me explain. When I was a young man, my father sat me down at this table, not this one very similar. It was long. I was at one end and he was at the other, and we had a nice long chat about everything I'd been doing in my life. And then at the end of the meal, I don't quite remember what happened. It all kind of faded away, and then I woke up in my room and I was fine, but I was tired, and I never stopped being tired. I would like to not be tired again. There's a war probably coming. Finbar's borders are getting less and less stable by the day, and my son, and he gestures down the table, is absolutely not anyone I would send to the front lines, especially not as a leader. But I can't fight in my current condition, so I'm going to do what my father did for me those many years ago.
Who's taking Holdrick's guts?
I am going to relieve him of that which is not needed by him, and then he will be free to resume his life as intended.
Honora's gonna look over at Holdrick real quick. Is he giving any kind of response to this? I know he's getting, poisoned.
It's giving severe neural damage. It's giving he's not doing good. He's not taking any of this in.
Honora's sitting here having one of the biggest conflicts of personal interest she's ever faced in her life. She's like, my bestie, my job, my bestie, my job.
Yeah, Normanth, he's gonna continue and he's gonna say, this is all obviously perfectly legal. So I expect that none of you will get in the way of official family business. And then he looks at Anthea and he says, especially not someone like you. To which Anthea hisses out another violent insult. And she says, you're always just trying to get rid of us. Kill you, old man.
Temperance is gonna take like a good few nice big steps up the table towards Lord Normont, making a big show of stepping in food whenever possible as she goes.
Do you want to
Just
be
like
closer?
stepping
How
from
close to
plate
you?
to plate. That's good.
That's good.
And as she walks up towards him, she's going to ask him, why exactly were we sent to find Steingrimmer?
Well, because it simply needed to be dealt with, and I needed a couple days to get settled, speak to staff, prepare meals, and such.
Prepare for this meal.
Well, I wouldn't want to disappoint royal guests.
Can Faustine use this conversation to try to slip behind Holdrick? Because
I was gonna say, Anora's already.
Can you make a sleight of hand check?
Okay, I'm bad at that, but okay.
Because he is currently being held by two guys.
I really want to be able to fucking activate Cure.
Yeah, you wanna?
14. I rolled a 19, but it only amounts
Oh,
to
no.
14. Unfortunately, one of the guards, you almost get by, but one of the guards notices you at the last minute, and he doesn't, like, whack you with his lance, but he does, like, put the butt of his lance in front of your path, preventing you from proceeding. It's back, ma'am.
Hold on. I'm thinking.
So you needed time to prepare a dinner. This dinner. The dinner in which you would make a big show of poisoning
Holdrick's
your
dinner.
son. Why are we here then?
Well, I needed someone to go with him in the meantime, so that he would not perish out there. That would make all of this quite worthless, I think.
Why not simply send him on a nice vacation? I'm sure you
Because-
own some property up in the woods somewhere where he could sit and drink tea and read a book.
I'm sure he does well enough of that at school. I remember how it is. But, well, the threat of this Steingrimmer fellow is not manufactured by me. This just happened to be an opportune time when he would be out of the house.
I would like to vibe check that.
Sure.
Is that a lie?
Insight.
Fuck.
Was
So I
it-
get a -6 because I'm deficient.
Yeah.
So that's a total 5.
5. You can't tell.
Can anyone? We can all hear him. Can anyone tell if that's a lie?
Can I tell? I succeed.
Oh yeah, you automatically succeed. He does not seem to be lying. It seems like this Steingrimmer guy popped up and he jumped on the opportunity.
Well, this is happening, and Nora's just kind of, again, she looks from, looks at Holdrick,
Yeah.
looks at Normanth, and then she looks at Normanth again. She's just like, he was quite capable, sir. I don't. He's the one who took care of Steingrimmer. It seems, I don't understand why you would feel the need to.
What
Sorry.
was that?
I don't want to interrupt.
No, she's like, why you would need to, and she trails off because she's like sweating. I would say Honora's visibly upset. Everything.
Norman smiles a little bit and he says, my son is a very nice man, and war is not a very nice place for people like him. It'll take too long to, fix that particular problem.
How is it that I, a child,
He gives you a look at that.
a foolish child, cursed because of my own distrust and fear, who has made a living killing and lying, is still a braver, more honorable person than you. She just
Whoa.
points the tip of the sword at
Damn.
Mormouth.
You're going to point a sword at me, common girl?
Yes and no.
You're already doing it.
But I'm not a common girl.
Well, whatever you are, your head will look very nice on a pike. And then he snaps his fingers, and all the guards stand at attention. And then he looks over his shoulder and he says, Penny, deal with the dissidents, please. All right, I need an official declaration on your side of the combat.
Yeah, can I was gonna say, can Theodora, like, stand on the table and shoot her bow at the guard on the left?
Oh, I'm dragging them out. Wait, I need a official declaration at which side of
Temperance would
combat
like-
you are on. Are
Oh,
you on
yeah, that's what
Anthea's
I mean,
side,
is,
or
like,
are you
she's-
on Norman's side?
Well, I have to make.
There are
Anthea.
consequences.
There's consequences to either side, I imagine.
Temperance
There are
is firmly-
consequences. Each of you has 4 endings.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Temperance
boy.
is firmly against Normand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Temperance. It's team Anthea Holdrick. Honora, how we doing?
Yeah.
Not well.
Do you need a minute to think?
Yeah, I do need a minute to think. Oh
Okay,
my
Theodora.
Theodora, I didn't want to interrupt, but I was gonna say Theodora's already, like, climbed up on the table with her bow out. Like, she was given a job, and she cannot not do that job,
All
or
right.
going to jail. So
Handshake meme with Anthea.
yeah.
All right, team Anthea and Holdrick. Faustine, how we doing?
Yeah, I gotta back up Holdrick here, and frankly, Faustine kind of went into this assuming that she's gonna get arrested one way or the other. At least this way, she won't feel as guilty about it.
Girl boss.
Yeah.
All right, and Honora. What team are you on?
Well, it's up to the conviction roll at this point.
Holy shit, yeah!
I'll be honest. I will be perfectly honest. And Nora is 50-50 either way in this
Oh
conflict.
boy.
Looks like we're Team Holdrick, baby.
All right, full team. Oh my god.
Can Temperance, in response to him
Ettore is obviously on your side.
telling
Penny is
Penny,
an enemy.
Temperance would like to appeal to Penny.
Okay, you can try.
Faustine will.
I
probably
will.
And
I
so
will
he
warn
says-
you. The DC is incredibly high.
This is more just for her own
Mm-hmm.
conscience' sake.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna look at Penny, and because he just said, commanded Penny using her name,
Mhm.
and so she's gonna look at Penny and say, Penny,
Penny looks. At you.
please. These are your friends.
Do you want to make a persuasion check?
Yeah. Just kind of staring her down.
Yeah, Penny is also just staring in response. She's torn away her skirt to reveal the fact that she's wearing black leather armor, top, bottom, sides, left, right, and she is armed to the teeth with knives.
Oh god, girl.
16.
16. Penny looks away from you. She is not convinced.
Is Faustine too far away to try and convince her?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I thought so.
All
I'll
the
try
way.
to convince her when I'm closer.
Oh, I
If
should
slash
take
when.
Penny out of your friend gang. Bye,
Yeah,
Penny.
bye,
Oh,
Penny.
Penny disappeared from the real world.
Oh no, Penny, your layers.
Penny, your layers.
Girl, your layers.
Temperance is gonna turn from Penny and look at Normanth one more time in the like brief moment before we all know that things are about to go to absolute shit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and she's just gonna look at him, and then with the sword drawn again, sorry, 1 second. I'm looking at something.
Looks at you.
Yeah, okay. I'm thinking about numbers when I should be thinking about words. I'm also kind of tired. She's just gonna look back at him and say, dissidents, maybe, but at least we're not cowards. She's gonna kick a plate of food off of the table.
Yeah. No temperance.
Kind of a bad bitch. Not gonna
Teenage
lie.
rebellion. Stick it to the
No.
Stick it to the man.
man.
What?
In the name of the Empress
Oh.
and everything that is just, you're under arrest.
Whoa.
Oh shit, what up?
Norman smiles at you, and it's like a really big, ugly smile that kind of twists his face.
When
He
a
says-
gorilla like bares its teeth.
Yeah, and he says, I believe I am the one with the authority to do that. And then he stands up, his chair falls backwards, and combat begins. But we're not gonna do that tonight because it's midnight.
Yeah.
And also, just so you
Okay.
guys know, the effects currently on Huldrick are Paralyze, Seal, and Silence. So,
No, he not good.
he not good.
Thankfully, if I can get close to him, I can fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
but
have
they're
the technology.
we have this.
they're soldiers. Oh. Oh,
But
good
we're
God.
also there, thankfully.
You're
Mhm.
also there.
Nora's sitting here crying like you guys made me become a dissident.
Girl, help! I'm dissidents.
Yeah.
Hey, this doesn't have to leave this
Yeah,
room. No witnesses.
yeah. Theodora's kind of like, none of you have to come, but I definitely do, so that none of you have to be here if you don't want to.
Mm.
And Nora's like crying, screaming, throwing up, points at Holdrick. That's my brother analog,
Yeah.
asshole.
That's
Huldrick
my
on the
guy.
floor.
Oh,
Anyone have any questions?
yeah, calling. You told me in advance I could call for Lavinia. Is that gonna be
Yes.
a bonus action?
No, you can just do it right at the beginning of battle.
Because I was gonna say honestly, when shit started going down, she probably, when fight, because it already looks like we're clearly as soon as Temperance pulled her sword out, fighting was
Yeah.
going to begin.
Mhm.
As soon as Honora, like when she ran over to Holdrick, I imagine she did her very sharp "come here right now" whistle, and
Mhm.
whoosh, puppy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you have like a wyvern whistle that's like infrasound and only they can hear it?
Yes, Honora, you can have Lavinia. Huldrick does not have his horse. They did not invite the horse. To
Yeah, that's
They did not
okay.
invite the horse to the party.
They did not invite the horse. Obviously,
God.
Ettore is also on your side. I should clarify.
Are we
Ettore's like,
assigning,
no, I am a cop now.
are we
Raises-
assigning buddies right now?
Do you want to?
Sure.
I'd like to.
Okay, yeah. Obviously,
Yeah.
Penny's off the table.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rip.
I got a
So
2.
roll a d20.
19.
8.
Okay. So 19. Who do you want?
Give me
20.
Holdrick. Oh.
Huldrick.
I rolled a 20.
Oh,
but-
never
Oh.
mind. Annika, who do you want?
Anthea.
You want Anthea.
Oh, shit.
Interesting.
All right.
Anthea and Temperance are going to try to either kill or arrest this man.
Okay, Honora, who do you want?
Holdrick. Give me my bestie.
All right, and who got the 12?
I got a 2.
Who got anything else? Mallow, what'd you
I
get?
got an 8.
All right, Mallow, you want Ettore, or do you want to be alone?
I'll be alone.
Okay,
Okay.
which means
Ettore, my
Theodora
friend.
is Ettore'd. And next week we will do a little final session combat.
Oh god.
I'm so
Uh-huh.
excited, guys. I made so many possible ways this could go for all of you. Well, there's
We're all
only
gonna
one way
die
this
now,
could
aren't
go for
we?
certain characters, but yeah.
Well, if
Yeah.
we kill Normanth,
And Thea and Temperance on their way to get revenge. And Thea for her husband being poisoned, and Temperance for just general daddy issues.
Oh no.
Go off, honestly.
Something about running through like a slimy old nobleman, just that really does it for her. That's like, yeah, let's fucking go.
Catharsis.
Satisfaction.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
So how's our supports looking?
Oh yeah, let me do those.
are we best?
They have changed rapidly in the last hour. Hold on.
Yeah, I imagine so.
I would say Normanth no longer likes any of us.
Yeah.
It-
As
it's
soon as
on-
you post
it's
that, I
now
need to
on
go to the
site.
bathroom. I've
Sure.
had to pee for
Here,
an
go
hour.
go pee. Go pee while I change it.
Okay.
Go take a shit.
I am so glad. I don't know what Normanth's wisdom is, but maybe we'll get lucky at some point and I can fucking poison that guy.
Are you stupid enough to get poisoned? Let's find out.
You got your own stupid ass poisoned after poisoning your own son, you idiot.
Oh
But yeah,
My boy.
realistically, Faustine is going to be spending a lot of combat healing, especially because I did get that polished gem staff.
Penny, I'm so sad about Penny, girl.
I kind of expected this to happen to some degree. Like, Normanth
Child
seemed
soldier
sus.
be like,
Normanth seemed sus. I honestly would have guessed that Anthea would have been working with him,
Wait, but Sam,
but
did we find a terrible lie? Is this a terrible lie?
This
is
feels
part
a-
of the
like a-
terrible lie. Yeah, you guys
Oh,
didn't
it's-
hear
I
that. You guys
also-
didn't hear the titular lie.
yeah, because we
Would that
didn't
be-
hear Holdrick's past.
I-
presumably.
Yeah,
What
I
the heck?
really don't buy the idea that the entire quest that we were sent on that has occupied most of this campaign is just completely unrelated. It just happens to be a reason to be out of the house. That feels like huge bullshit. Like, there's no way, right? There's no fucking way. Like, just from a writing standpoint, that's bad writing. Like, if that's the case, Sam, what the fuck? Like,
Shrug emoji.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past you, but
Shrug emoji.
It was a
Oh my-
diversion.
I'm still sorry. I'm still doing.
He thought it was
Yeah.
legit, but it was me, Dio.
Yeah.
yeah, there's no way
has
that,
some-
that this isn't, like, related in some capacity. Even if it's just as simple as he manufactured this to get, like, but I suspect something even more eldritch is going on. There's no way that those things aren't related somehow. There's something deeply hinky going on.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Deeply.
I
hinky,
used
huh?
the word correctly. What do you want from me?
I don't like that word.
Yeah. Theodore has a lot of thoughts about this, but none of them are about that. It's just that it just so happens that Anthea asked her to do something, and she kind of has to do it.
God, Nora's thoughts right now are many and none at all. And she's
Yeah.
having a moment, and she's
Yeah.
just like, "Oh God, my best is on the floor."
Yeah,
Alright.
Faustine
honestly,
is definitely also having a bit of a moment right now.
I got
Yeah,
subordinate.
honestly,
Reached
if,
beyond. Oh God, Holdrick is dying right now.
No, he's
if
fine. He's chilling.
if Anthea hadn't specifically asked Theodora to do this thing, she would have also been a conviction roll to see which side she was on.
Still a D.
With
to
Holdrick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anthea fucking hates Penny now.
Yeah,
Hooray,
you are so
Faustine
fired,
doesn't
Penny.
absolutely hate it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Penny still likes.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Officially support with my bestie Holdrick. Thumbs up.
Official S support between Temperance and Ettore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Besties for life.
Aw.
Nope. Wait, noticing some stabs here. Oh god. Are there berserk bitches on this map, Samothy?
No, there are not. That's why
Okay.
you don't have compulsion skills.
Okay.
I might slap one on Ettore. Just because
Oh, for fun.
yeah, because he has an escort with temperance now. But yeah, no one has.
Oh,
I
oh,
like-
I thought
Oh,
you meant
so
you
if
were gonna
I get
slap
hurt,
with
he
your
goes
stuff.
crazy.
Yeah, he goes apeshit and he rips people apart with his hands.
Mhm.
I like, by the way,
His newfound hands.
Rand comments in chat about how like this fucker, when in hindsight, isn't really even going to go to full war. Yeah, there's no way they send the son of Lord Normanth onto the front lines. They'd put him in a tent somewhere doing strategy or something. Where the only way he'd see combat is if they somehow broke through every single line of defense they have up to their main camp to bring the fight there.
Yeah,
Lord Normanth is a fucking idiot.
yeah. That's why we have to beat him up.
Okay,
His
but
dad
I have to
did
teach
that
you this
to him,
lesson,
so
old
he's like,
man.
oh, I
I-
guess it's perfectly fine to inflict a permanent effect upon my son.
I do not buy that it's some jank way of protecting. He's like stealing his life force or some nonsense.
Yeah,
There's
he's gonna steal some organ that he needs. Is surely what it
He's probably made him meat.
is.
He needs.
I mean,
needs
he is, but
Holdrick's
like
stomach or
the wrong meat.
lungs or something, so he feels rested finally.
Who knows what he'll take? Hopefully nothing lethal.
Yeah.
I
Add
knows.
to the list of things we need to ask after the next session is what the fuck was that tea?
Yeah.
We might find out yet. That has
Yeah.
something to do with it though too. That's like a
Mhm.
I'm sure.
Chekhov's tea.
Yeah.
I'm sure. However this pans out, well, if it pans out not in your favor, then you're not getting shit from any of the characters you carried because you're gonna get
Right.
executed.
Yeah.
I'm curious out of character if any
Yeah,
of this
but
stuff is out of character.
in canon, if you manage to fight your way through this and survive, I'm sure some characters would be more than willing to stop being so greedy with the knowledge.
Faustine rubbing her hands together.
Sam, can you be honest with us? What do you think our chances are of not dying right now?
I believe in you guys. Sorry, that sounded way more sarcastic than I meant. I do believe in you guys. Like, I
I
did
think
not
that's what
design
we
this
did
to be
together.
unfair, because I kind of, in the back of my head, I was like, okay, Honora might be on the other side. Theodora, we're gonna rope her in with Anthea's little plot. Temperance. Temperance doesn't seem like the kind of person who would work for Normanth ever, which means Ettore is gonna go with her. And Faustine, I wasn't sure where Faustine would end up, but then you got really deep beef with Anthea, so I was like, oh, is she gonna go the other side? But no.
Temperance is very talented at turning on her employer should it be financially beneficial to do so. This is the first time she's done a mutiny for a non-selfish reason.
Go off, Queen.
Nice.
Ettore attending his first human dinner. Like, wow, is
Yeah.
it always like this? When am I going to be the
I think
unconscious
key
person?
thing Is that if Normanth had done some kind of bullshit that hadn't been specifically targeting Holdrick, who had he'd done nothing wrong, then I think that I might have had to consider whether or not she would side with him. But he went for Holdrick, and Anthea is clearly extremely distressed about it. So that's enough for Faustine to be like, okay, yeah, fuck it. I'm either going to jail or I'm going to jail. Who the fuck cares? At least this way I'm not gonna feel like I have personally sullied my own principles by doing it. By going to jail.
I will say Honora is only here because of her moment of crisis, and she failed her conviction check, and now Honora is rethinking everything. Which maybe
no.
you don't do that in the middle of the battlefield, girl. Maybe get your shit together and kill that guy first.
Girl, you're in it with us now, girl.
For real, she's sitting here like, oh god, oh god, oh god, okay. Anyway, let me pick up your husband for stats again, Anthea. It might work out this time.
Faustine internally. Anthea's a bitch, but she's our bitch.
Yeah.
It turns out this entire time Anthea wasn't scheming, and her weird jank relationship with Huldrick is just because she's like profoundly socially inept.
Like I said, I think what happened. I mean, we'll find out one way or the other. But I still personally think Anthea married Huldrick for clout, and then, oops, I've caught actual feelings. But also, she has the capacity of expressing those feelings like a wet sock. She's terrible at being genuine.
You can say. I could say, but I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah. I say this for the benefit and amusement of Sam, because I know that we aren't gonna get those.
I am so amused.
I'll
feel
say
like the
Nor's in the same boat as Faustine right now. If he had gone after like Anthea or whatever, Nor probably would have sided with him, but that's her boy. Points at Huldrick. That's my best friend. I've had like 3 conversations with him. He's my bestie.
Maybe I made him too nice. I should have split the party by making him just like 4% bitchier.
See, no, because Nora's also, autism creature communication, so they worked out unintentionally, and I think that's very funny.
That was so good. I'm so glad they're friends, bros.
I am too.
It also does help that I really think I was kind of waiting to see what the rest of the party would do. Temperance is going against Normanth. Theodora is going against Normanth, and they both backed her up in individual, unrelated circumstances. Like, they weren't conferring with each other, and she has no reason to believe that they were. So she's like, "Okay, I gotta back them up."
Yeah,
so.
Theodora literally she's like, Faustine can do whatever she wants and I won't be offended. I'm just doing this because I said I would, and like either way, my situation will probably be the same.
Anthea pointing at everything. Hey, this shit sucks.
I've had about enough of this guy.
I've had about enough of this guy. Points at her father-in-law.
Oh my god. We've turned into a team of plucky little guys who are going to attempt a murder.
Yeah.
Come on, guys! Treason gang! Let's go!
Let's go!
On a scale of
11:15 over here, so I'm gonna go the fuck to bed.
Yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how treason are we right now?
The last thing you want in your bed is a Torre.
Yeah. I think you're at a strong. You're at a strong 9. The other party's at like a strong 7, but that's just because no one knows they're doing treason, but no one knows it.
Yeah, like all the time.
Yeah, they're working in the shadows, like the hacker 4chan. You guys are directly doing treason to the Supreme Court judge's face.
Treason versus treason. Whose treason will be the best treason? Find out next week.
Awesome.
Find out next week on Terrible Lie.
Terrible Lie. Oh, yes, thank you all so much for
Guys,
coming.
we found the terrible lie.
We found half of it. Half of it.
The lie that he said that he loves his son.
I was right though. Remember I was saying that Norman set this up. Points for
Tiamat gets points. You also get points for guessing that Penny is an assassin.
Oh, well, yeah, but that was kind of obvious. She's Jafar. I can smell a Jafar archetype.
She's the
you have
nice archetype with the Nino personality.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm like, are you a murderer?
Are you, makes a knife stabbing motion? Is she, step.
I know my way around knifey guys, Penny.
Careful, she bites.
I know. Yeah,
no,
she does.
She's wearing a gag.
Sam, I have a question.
Yes.
Is Atore's hand-eye uncoordination permanent effect managed because he has hands now?
Yes, it is.
I'm just curious.
I will mark that off.
Ooh.
Oh, I was in his sheet looking at it since I was using him.
Oh, you want to mark it off then?
Yeah.
You do it. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. I'll see you next week. That was so fun. Prepare for combat.
We did it. There's more combat. We dragged this out another week, guys.
Prepare for combat.
You can't be rid of us that easily, Sam.
I don't want to be rid of you.
Aww.
Aw.
Then we'll get ready
Well.
to rumble.
Y'all
Bo.
take care. I'm gonna go brush my teeth and fucking pass
Me
out.
too.
For
Good
real.
night.
I'm gonna go